confusion. We have not had absolute transfer of functions from the national government to the counties. And this is something that is bringing a lot of confusion when it comes to financing and even our work as members of parliament on oversighting. We don't know who to oversight, how to oversight, because there is doubling of functions. Allow me to mention just a few sectors that has that element of confusion and doubling of functions. I would want to speak about education. Ministry of Education under the national government is very clear that national schools, secondary schools and primary schools are under the national government. And through the National Government Development Fund program, we support both public secondary and public primary schools. But we have had county government come in programs like school feeding programs and many other sporting activities along the school's line. And therefore, we do not know to what extent should CDF fund and to what extent should the county fund. Yet it is very clear that the counties are supposed to deal with ECD, that is Early Childhood Development Centers, the nursery schools, as we call them in the streets. So we don't understand how we can separate these two functions so that we oversight properly and we avoid the duplication of functions. A good example is like what you have been seeing in the national broadcasting houses, what is happening in Nairobi County, where we have the county government supporting a school feeding program. Yet, there are members of parliament within the same county who are funding the same program. So you don't know to what extent do you oversight as a member of parliament, and how do we continue streamlining the funding of such functions. The other function is the housing component. Housing under the Ministry of Housing and Public Works is a national function. But we've had a lot of confusion, especially now that we have issues of house tax, on who is supposed to be implementing the housing aspect at the county level. Is it the national government or is it the county? Who owns the land and who should be able to continue with the implementation of the housing aspect of it? So those are some of the areas we are finding a lot of confusion and duplication. And as a committee, we have endeavored to engage the stakeholders. And I'm happy that immediately after this conference, we are scheduled to have a session with Council of Governors so that we can discuss those matters and get to assist them in making laws and policies that can guide in streamlining. We've also realized there is quite much when it comes to corruption, area that brings a lot of impediments when it comes to implementation of the Kenyan Constitution. We have had sessions with the EACC as a committee of the National Assembly, and I'm happy to see my members, some of my members of the committee are present in the House. I can see the Honorable Mulanya. Please stand up. Thank you. I can see the Honorable Karido from Igembe, Meru County, and many others who are around. I guess they're still coming. And I'm happy to report that on matters corruption, we have had very serious engagement with the EACC. And we have agreed that we need to help the EACC as a commission to enact some laws that are going to help them in matters of economic crimes. We are trying to amend the Economic Crimes Amendment Bill of 2023 in matters of money laundering, and we are trying to assist in the anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing Amendment Bill of 2023. It is our hope that once we are able to assist on those two pieces of legislation, matters, corruption and money laundering will be sorted out. Matters of gender inclusion and balancing of gender and gender mainstreaming in the counties and the National Assembly, national government is a matter that is of great concern. Other than just having a lot of talks around the women inclusion in politics, we have somehow forgotten that we need to do gender mainstreaming across the board. And matters of concern is counties. How many women are given opportunities and how many young people, because inclusion doesn't just mean men and women. How many people with disability are included in the functioning of counties as well as national government? And therefore, we are excited that this is a matter that has now bounced back to the National Assembly, and we hope that this time round, we are going to work as a team to make sure that the issues of two-thirds gender principle is well tackled. We have also noted with a lot of concern issues of decentralization of services. Devolution came in the spirit of making services available to the people in the nearest service unit. But this has not happened with so many government institutions because of issues financing and matters staffing. For example, we oversight the Judicial Service Commission. And how many of people in Kenya have struggled to get services from Judicial Service Commission, for example? We oversight the Commission on Administrative Justice, which is ably represented by my colleague here, the Commissioner Florence Kajuju. And she appeared in my committee and aired her concerns that she would want to have offices in every ward in this country so that she can be able to provide, there's a commission, they can be able to provide services. But they have limitation of budgeting, limitation of staffing, and many other issues. So as a committee of the National Assembly, my work and my committee's work is to look at areas where we can support Commission of Administration of Justice so that they can decentralize their services and reach as to many people as possible. As I conclude, it is of great concern that the Parliament of Kenya, when I say Parliament of Kenya, I mean both the National Assembly and the Senate, we have delayed in enacting legislation that is going to guide on matters of delimitation of county boundaries. And this is a matter that is of an obvious gap on implementation of the Constitution. Because the Constitution is very clear. Timelines were put within the Constitution as to what time should we have done the delimitation of boundaries. I'm very excited that in this panel we have Honorable Senator Kajwang, and I'm sure he's going to probably tell us as a Senate how far they have gone, because this is a matter that of great concern in line with the implementation of the Constitution. So as a committee, I'm very excited because we have pieces of legislation that is on our table that we are planning to execute so that we can support devolution, to make sure that we promote service delivery, equity and sharing of national resources in all 47 counties, and most of all, to make sure that all services have been delivered to the people of Kenya, irrespective of which county one is at, and more appropriately, to make sure that we safeguard the resources of this country and fight corruption and ensure sustainability of services in the county. So I'm very excited to be in this panel today. I'll be very excited to listen to my colleague called panelists so that I can also pick from them matters that we can include in our process of law review and policy making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kajuju. I think you've vindicated yourself. Anyone who had doubts about whether the constitutional implementation and, sorry, Honorable Wamushomba. Thank you very much, Honorable Wamushomba. Sorry for that confusion. And if anyone had doubts about the committee's role in devolution, I think she has outlined it quite clearly, including the engagements that you are holding with different stakeholders across the board. I just want to jump to Senator Kajwang because your committee that I'd want you to also just tell us about, and we won't make any assumptions that we all know what that committee does, so it would be good for you to tell us what that committee does. But that oversight role that you have in your committee and in the Senate, do you find these same challenges that Honorable Wamushomba is talking about, especially with regard to role conflicts between national and county governments, and even as you oversight from Senate, do you see development outcomes affected because of some of these issues we are grappling with around not understanding each other's roles, not being inclusive in our development? And when you do your oversight, do you take these things into consideration, or do you just look at numbers of what countries are spending or not spending? In 5 minutes, just tell us a bit about your committee and respond to that.
Thank you, Con Omore. I chair the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. I've been fortunate that I've chaired it in the 12th Parliament. I chair it in the 13th Parliament. I chaired the Devolution Committee in the 12th Parliament. And I also lead the Climate Change Caucus in the Senate in the 13th Parliament. Now that provides quite a good background to assess the success of devolution 10 years. When we talk of resources, a lot of the conversation here has been about financial resources. And very little is said about the natural resources, the ones that have got a much longer term impact on climate, a much longer term impact on some of the outcomes that we hope that devolution should accelerate. The Public Accounts Committee, just like Honorable Wamushomba's committee, derives its mandate from the Constitution. The Constitution has given the Senate the power under Article 96 to oversight the resources that it sends to counties. And the Senate has always used the division of revenue, the allocation of revenue, and the formula for revenue sharing as key instruments in deciding how much each county gets. The committee also derives its mandate from Article 229, which directs the Auditor General to submit audit reports of county entities to Parliament and to county assemblies. The conversation was meant to be anchored around the national values and principles. And for me, there are 3 key words that I pick out of Article 10 of the Constitution: accountability, sustainability in development, and participation of the people. Those are 3 key things that my committee has been keen on. In the first 10 years, Senate and Parliament collectively has focused on the numbers. We have focused on financial statements. But we have realized that financial statements do not tell the full story. In fact, Chinua Achebe talked of a bird that had learned to fly without perching because men had learned to shoot without missing. And progressively, county governments are preparing financial statements in compliance with standards, and you are not able to tell in that well-prepared financial statement whether the outcomes in health, outcomes in trade, and outcomes in nutrition have been achieved. It is for this reason that we have engaged the Auditor General, that we need to go beyond the financial statements and start focusing on value for money. The Audit Act empowers the Auditor General to undertake performance audits. Right now, we are aware the Auditor General is undertaking a performance audit on the agriculture program that has been sent to counties as a conditional grant. So for the next 10 years, we would like the Senate to be focused more on outcomes, on value, and on performance, rather than on compliance with the financial standards. The role of audit is to correct, it is to prevent, it is to punish, and it is to reward. The public has been quite ruthless with Parliament, that Parliament is not punishing enough. And yet we forget that it is not just about punishment, there should also be rewards for counties that are doing well. And we should also take a corrective and preventive approach. I would be proposing, and even as we continue to engage with county governments, the executives, and the assembly, that we need to restructure the manner in which we assess or we carry out accountability and oversight in county governments. Right now, the Auditor General submits to the Senate almost 500 reports on an annual basis, an average of 10 reports per county government. And the number is probably higher because even level 4 hospitals and municipalities are now being audited separately and the reports are coming to Senate. It is not possible. Even if you are looking at 1 report per day, it will take more than 1 year for the Senate to consider those reports. I want to propose a hierarchical approach. that at the bottom of the pyramid, the subsidiary reports of level 4 hospitals, of funds, of receivers of revenue, and the multiple reports coming out of county governments. We must strengthen our county assemblies and give them the capacity to be able to scrutinize those reports. And sometimes when we think of capacity of county assemblies, we are only thinking about the elected members. There is a low-hanging fruit in the capacity of the technical staff in those county assemblies, because they are the ones who would advise the elected members on what to look out for. Then the Senate and National Parliament would probably look at consolidated financial statements, would look at performance audits, or would look at special audits that have been commissioned for special purposes. Resource flows to counties are obviously inadequate. Those who believe that counties are getting more than they deserve or more than they can absorb, I do not belong to that school of thought. If you look at the functions that have been given to counties, what they are getting from the national cake and what they are collecting locally is not adequate. But it is not about begging or putting pans on our heads or pushing wheelbarrows so that we can get more funds. It is about being innovative. And I want to cite the example of one county that has floated an infrastructure bond. And that was a very innovative method of ensuring that you could raise money for specific functions and purposes. It is unfortunate that the Senate was not able to approve or to pass that particular infrastructure bond, but I want to encourage counties to look at those kind of innovative financing arrangements to supplement and complement that which comes from their markets and that which comes from the national government. I believe that in the next 10 years, the conversation between senators and governors should be much more about cooperation rather than about competition. Should be much more about facilitation. I know that as a chair of a public accounts committee, many of the times when we meet governors, we are not kind to each other because the public is looking at us as the ultimate point where the imperial governors can be put down and can be punished. In the time I've been the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, my colleagues and I have taken the deliberate position that it is not about competition, it is not about friction, but it is about having conversations that will turn the Senate from being a mortician, looking at what killed the organism, to being a physician to ensure that we are not getting reports of dead counties at the Senate. Thank you, Con. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Senator Kajwang. And this conference is getting a lot of proverbs and methales. Birds fly without perching, as people shoot without missing. Yesterday, our keynote speaker also had a methali or a proverb that he kept bringing into his speech. I won't repeat it here. You can find it online. But Senator, thank you for those remarks. And you know, hearing you respond, or not really respond, but even qualify what your colleague had said. I see this emphasis on the numerous reports that you get from the Auditor General that is impossible to critically consider. And at the same time, you say that that your role as your committee is more than just, or shouldn't just be more than compliance or financial, but that there's a lot of other areas that lead to our development outcomes that your committee looks at or should look at. But I also like the emphasis on the capacity of the county assemblies. And we've heard in this conference, county assemblies talking about financial autonomy. And there's been quite great support, and I know there's legislation on the same. But it's not just the financial autonomy that we would want county assemblies to get, but also strengthening the capacity of the assemblies to be able to scrutinize a lot of those reports at that level before the consolidated ones come up to the Senate. And I think this would really help us begin to get a lot of data that would help us feed our development outcomes. I want to move to our commissions represented on the panel. And I start with you, Honorable Florence Kajuju. Your commission on administrative justice, do you, from what the two parliamentarians have spoken about, does your commission receive a lot of the complaints around public services and whether citizens are getting their economic, their social and political rights met through the good governance within the counties. What's the nature of complaints coming to your desk? I looked through your website and saw that you've got quite a lot of work you've done. About 100 advisory opinions, about 50 investigations conducted, about 19,000 public officers trained, about 500,000 complaints handled with an 83% resolution rate. I mean, that is really impressive. And I know you've done advisory opinions on spending by counties, which ties to some of what our colleagues are saying. It would be good to hear from you, especially at county level. What complaints are these that are coming in, and how are they impeding the rights of the citizens and eventually the development outcomes? But also, Honorable Wamushomba did mention that you have had a conversation between the two institutions around decentralizing your services. It would be good to know how decentralized your services are, and whether you have seen positive outcomes by having your services decentralized, and whether the MPs on the table should consider appropriating more funds to have you further decentralized. I hope I haven't said much around that. But also, as you tell us a bit about the CAJ and all that in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, moderator. The distinguished guests present today, good morning. It's quite a privilege to be able to speak before this gathering this morning, and also to be the chairperson of the Commission on Administrative Justice at this time that we have purposed to ensure that devolution works. We, as the Commission on Administrative Justice we are constituted through the Constitution under Article 59(4) of the Constitution and Chapter 15 of the Constitution. We also have the Commission on Administrative Justice Act and the Access to Information Act and the Fair Administrative Action, among other statutes that govern the work of the Commission. We are expectant and work as the advocate of the citizen, both at the national and the county level, to ensure that the public or the citizen is able to receive the services that they should to the last mile. And I like the fact that most of us in this conference have spoken about the last mile, devolution of public service to the last mile. As a commission, under the enforcement of administrative justice, we try to ensure that public are able to get services from the government officers. We deal with issues of maladministration, abuse of power, delay in ensuring that services is given to the people. So whenever issues arise as to services, then the citizens come to the commission, they complain to the commission, and we are able to manage the issues of dispute resolution through alternative dispute resolution by speaking to the public officers who are not carrying out their duty or who are participating in the maladministration. As it were in the year 2016, Parliament gave the Commission the mandate of ensuring that we actualize Article 35 of the Constitution through the Access to Information Act. The Access to Information Act then is able to ensure that citizens get information from government. And we are implementing the Access to Information Act, and I'll get into that as we move on. The Commission is supposed to ensure that devolution becomes a reality, because devolution was founded on the big drains of Kenyans. It is therefore our duty as stewards to promote and protect the principles and best practices of good governance. As a commission, when I became the chairperson, I realized that we did not have a regional coordination unit within the commission. And therefore, we created a regional coordination unit that is able to ensure that
the process of decentralization of the Commission's office is done in a manner that supports all Kenyans. But in as far as the regional offices are concerned, we have 6 regional offices, and of course the headquarters in Nairobi. We have regional offices in Mombasa, in Kisumu, Eldoret, Isiolo, Nyahururu, and Garissa. We also have a partnership with the Ministry of Public Service that we agreed that within the Huduma centers, they're going to give us an ombudsman's desk. So we have 12 ombudsman's desk in 12 Huduma centers across the country. That involves Kisii, Taita Taveta, Makueni, Bungoma, Kakamega, among other counties that we have managed to put an ombudsman's desk. In as far as further decentralization is concerned, we have success stories. And the question has been, you have decentralized your services. How then have you made sure that it has worked? We have ensured that we access the counties at the local level. This has enhanced accessibility and faster response time. Because when we have offices at the local level, then the citizens are able to register or lodge their complaints at the local level. As we speak now, as a result of the access to justice in the form of regional decentralization, we've been able to have a record time in terms of settling complaints that are lodged into the commission. The minimum time is 30 days, and the maximum time that we have set in the service charter of the commission is 180 days. And this is when a complaint has to go into inquiries, investigations, among other processes of alternative dispute resolution. We've also been able to have a community engagement where we go to the communities. We realize that as a commission, we need to move to the communities and be able to speak to the people, because you can't just sit in an office and expect the public to know about you. So we have purpose to move it to the communities. We have a situation where the Ogiek community obtained a judgment, which is the African Court judgment, and they came to the commission for purposes of implementation of that judgment because it was a land rights question. We decided to move into the Mau Forest to be able to understand how then we can advise government to implement the Arusha or the African Court's judgment. When we moved to the locus in Kuo, or the site, we were able to understand that there are various communities that live within the Mau Forest whose questions that they raised must be answered. So that is an ongoing process that we are working with the Ministry of Lands, the National Lands Commission, the Nakuru County government, which we have visited. And as we speak now, through our community engagement, our the returns according to the nationwide survey, customer satisfaction survey, that was conducted in 2020 gave a response that 44% of the citizens are able to understand the mandate of the commission and report to the commission situations that require our attention, as opposed to the 28% that we found when I became the chairperson in 2018, because we conducted a survey then. We also have situations where we engage the public in regulations. After the Access to Information Act was passed, then as a commission we were required to ensure that we have the Access to Information regulations. We did an extensive public participation by visiting various counties, talking to the governors, talking to the county governments, talking to the people themselves, and them telling us then how they would want information accessed from the counties. And right now, the Committee in Parliament on Delegated Legislation has approved the Access to Information regulations. We have also ensured that we strengthen the counties, because we realize that after every election, when governors take over, there is always a new team. So it doesn't matter whether we trained the previous public officers. Governors will always have a new team that is coming on board. So we purposed as a commission to ensure that we train the other officers who come in so that they are able to understand the vision. Because every governor who comes to the office has an agenda, as a promise that she or he has made to the people who elected them. So we ensure that we are able to train the officers so that they can understand the laws that govern devolution and be able to marry the vision of the laws that govern them and the vision of the governors that have come into office. We also put up structures at the counties on grievance redress mechanisms, and as we speak right now, we've been able to work with the Council of Governors. We have an MOU with the Council of Governors, and this MOU allowed the committee that is led by Governor Mutula Kilonzo to be able to form, to agree on establishment of a county administrative ombudsman. So that at the county level, because there are complaints that arise at the county level, we can have an internal structure which we are calling the county administrative ombudsman. So we are working with the governors to make sure that they establish an internal structure through the county administrative ombudsman, who then can deal with these complaints, and if situations arise that are not managed by the county ombudsman, then they come to the national ombudsman. In terms of decentralization, we've also partnered with the counties. We have the county government of Laikipia that was able to give us space, because you realize that it's not always that you get the budget to open offices across the counties. We have spoken to some governors. The county government of Laikipia then allowed us space in Nyahururu, and we opened an office in Nyahururu of the Ombudsman. We've also realized that it's easier to work with other commissions, and we've worked with the National Gender and Equality Commission to open an office in Garissa by sharing the space that they have in Garissa. And we moved to Isiolo and gave the National Gender and Equality Commission our space in Isiolo so that we can share the space and be able to deliver the services to their people. The most important thing that I'm proud of as a chair is the complaints management information system. We were able to ensure that we digitize the commission. By digitizing the commission, through our department on information technology, we were able to come up with a CMIS structure where citizens can lodge their complaints through their systems, through the computers, without coming to the commission. So we have a complaints management information system where you can sit at the comfort of your house and lodge a complaint to the commission, and we are able to follow that complaint with the respective institutions and ensure that your complaint is sorted. As a result of the CMIS, since it was launched in May 2022, we've been able to have 3,274 complaints that have been lodged through the system. That is a record 250 complaints that have been lodged per month through the CMIS system. So for us, as we sit here today, is to say that hata mnyonge hana haki. It is our duty to ensure that the mnyonge is able to get the justice they deserve. Also, at this point, I would say that good governance is putting people at the center of development process. You cannot have good governance without putting the people at the center. We've issued advisory opinions to national government, especially like when there was delays in transfer of government money to the counties. We were able to issue an advisory opinion to the treasuries to tell them, release this money to the counties. During the COVID situation, we issued an advisory because we realized that counties were not working in coordination with the national government. So this is work in progress. We will continuously engage the counties to ensure that we work together to deliver for the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That was really a very good and clear outline of what you do. Quite a lot of work at the county level, good collaborations with the county governments, working closely with other commissions, and putting the people at the center. And that is really what good governance is about, and we should be able to then move closer to our development outcomes by this work. Happy to hear that you're encouraging the Council of Governors to establish a county administrative ombudsman. I think that is really something good to take home from here. Linked to that, CPA John Ogallo, of Commissioner from EACC, your work and CAJ's work are not too far off from each other, but you also then build a lot from what comes out of the Senate in terms of being able to investigate some of the malpractices that do come out of counties. Corruption is a topic that has come up on this panel, that has come up throughout the conference. Would want to hear in brief, as you briefly outline the EACC's role, what do you think are your success stories with regards to preventing and information sharing, preventive measures within the counties? When I look at for example, your National Ethics and Corruption Survey, most of the issues that citizens are complaining about to the EACC are national government functions, but I found a number of key county government functions like medical attention, land conflict, employment, business permits, water connections, and of course, tenders, etc. What are your success stories? But it would be good to know whether your recommendations, your investigations, your data, you even rank counties based on how much bribery is taking place. Are your recommendations being taken up by counties? Do you have a dialogue with counties to look at this data, and are they interested in improving or not? Over to you, Commissioner. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, participants. Governance, of course, is a very important topic for the Commission. The EACC, as some of you may know, was formed in pursuant to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2011, which is pursuant to Article 79 of the Constitution. And the law provides or gives specific mandates to the EACC, which is to prevent and combat corruption and malpractices and economic crimes through law enforcement, prevention measures, public education and awareness, and also to promote the standards of integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption practices in the country. What does that mean in practice? It involves specifically investigations or law enforcement, which involves investigations, and recommend to the Office of the DPP cases that need to be prosecuted in respect of acts of corruption, bribery, or economic crimes, or any violation of the codes of ethics. As you know, the mandate to prosecute is given to the Director of Public Prosecutions. The EACC, what we do is to investigate and send the files to the DPP with the recommendations on prosecution. We also give recommendations on files that need to be closed. We also provide recommendations on administrative action that needs to be taken. And ultimately, the DPP takes the final decision, because what we submit are basically recommendations. And over the past 5 years, there's been some improvement in terms of the rate of concurrence with respect to the recommendations that the EACC gives to the DPP. For example, in the last 5 years, the rate of concurrence was about 90%. but that has to be looked at in the context of the composition of those recommendations. For example, where we recommend that the files be closed, or where we recommend that administrative action be taken, the concurrence rate has always been like 100%. The challenge comes where we recommend prosecution, where the concurrence rate drops a little bit to about just slightly over 50%. So that's the challenge that we face sometimes. But also the Commission is mandated to institute and conduct proceedings in court for purposes of recovery and protection of public property. Now, these ones do not have to go to the DPP. The Commission actually has the mandate to go to court directly in order to be able to recover corruptly acquired assets, and also to protect public property, or to freeze or confiscate the proceeds of corruption and related matters. So here, the Commission has been very successful, actually, in terms of recovery of proceeds of corruption. If I can give you some statistics, which are also actually out there in the public domain, over the past 5 years, we operate within a strategic plan that covers 5 years. So when we talk about the past 5 years, we're talking about the period of 2018 and 2023. And prior to that, we had another strategic plan that was also implemented. Now, within the past 5 years, these are some of the data that we have collected. The EACC was able to recover and surrender back to the public benefit assets which comprise cash, movable and immovable properties worth approximately 23.84 billion Kenya shillings. That is property that has been recovered and reverted back for public use. During the same period also, the Commission averted loss approximately amounting to 34.5 billion Kenya shillings. Now, averting loss means that the Commission, through intelligence and also proactive investigations, we were able to disrupt the corruption networks before they actually took place, or before the money was actually lost. And during this period also, we are pursuing actually for forfeiture of corruptly acquired assets and unexplained wealth, approximately worth 40.78 billion Kenya shillings. So these are, numbers that, if you put them in perspective, at least will give you a sense as to what the Commission has been able to do in order to safeguard assets and the wealth of the country. But in terms of investigations also, just to give you a sense of how far we have done this, during that period we carried out or concluded over 700 investigations on corruption and related offenses, out of which 251 corruption cases were finalized in court. And of course, you know that when matters go to the court, they are out of the hands of the Commission because they have to be adjudicated based on the evidence and the quality of the prosecution that is made. That will actually determine the success rate of the cases that have been put or forwarded to the court. And so we cannot talk so much about our own success in that respect, but of course what matters is that the quality of the evidence that we are able to provide, which then supports the prosecutions or successful prosecutions. Now, as part of the strategic focus, because as you know, the Commission cannot be everywhere all the times, we have actually had a focus on specific areas. For example, the Commission has prioritized the investigation of high-impact cases. Now, what do I mean by high-impact cases. These are cases that are touching on key service delivery sectors, for example, health sector, education sector, infrastructure, because these are areas that impact the Mwananchi directly. So there is a priority in terms of investigation in those sectors that have a direct relevance to service delivery. We also prioritize investigations that are involving high-value amounts, mainly, for example, in procurement activities, in infrastructure mainly, because these are high-volume cases, so we target those ones in order to be able to safeguard the resources. Another area of focus, of course, is we also do focus on cases that are involving personalities, high personalities, people with, high profile, because, again, we want to be able to send the message that if you are given a responsibility, you are expected to discharge those responsibilities with the due regard to ethical values, with the due regard to the norms and integrity and ethics that is expected of that particular office. So you probably have seen cases where, high-profile cases are being recommended for prosecution, and that is because we are actually targeting those ones. It doesn't mean that low-value cases are being ignored, but we have other mechanisms of dealing with specific low-value corruption and unethical practices. So these are some of the areas where we have been focused, but also it has to be understood that fighting corruption is not just about law enforcement. We are also focusing on prevention. And here is an area where we are working very closely with the counties to institute mechanisms that can prevent corruption from taking place, because we do not want situations where we are focusing only on law enforcement. Law enforcement is also another preventive measure, but we also have specific programs that are intended to prevent corruption, particularly in the devolved units. And here what we have been doing is that we've carried out a number of systems reviews, basically to be able to identify risks in the systems and procedures and practices that actually can provide loopholes for corrupt practices taking place. And we are also specifically working on corruption risk assessments, which are conducted to identify or bring out corruption vulnerabilities, particularly in the county governments, so that we make recommendations to the county governments on how those vulnerabilities and weaknesses can be addressed going forward, so that at least the loopholes are sealed. The only challenge we do have is we make recommendations and we're able to monitor the implementation of some of those recommendations, but we have no mechanism of enforcing. So, for example, you carry out a systems review in a county government or a county assembly, and you make recommendations. They can just sit on that. Although we require them to submit an implementation plan, which we are able to monitor, but in some cases you find that because of some changes in government, for example, if you have a change in leadership, some of those recommendations are put in the back burner. But we do monitor to make sure that those recommendations are implemented. Another way that we're working with the county governments to institute preventive measures is through the creation, the establishment of corruption prevention committees, as well as the appointment of integrity assurance officers. So we have worked with the county governments to develop and establish and operationalize corruption prevention committees, and provided the guidelines which also help in terms of training and capacity development. So far, we have done this in 6 pilot counties of Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, and Elgeyo Marakwet. And going forward, we are going to upscale this and roll it out to the other counties so that each and every county has an operational corruption prevention committee. And what this does is that they are able now to do their own corruption risk assessment. We provide the capacity building so that they are able to do their own corruption risk assessments to be able to identify their own risk. And we work with them to follow up on the implementation of the issues that come out of those corruption risk assessments. So as I said, the Commission works on a 5-year strategic plan, and we have already now finalized the next strategic plan for 2023-2028, where we are actually taking stock of the lessons learned in the previous strategic plans in order to do things differently, to upscale, for example, in terms of investigations, using more intelligence, using technology in the investigations, and also surveillance mechanism that will actually help us to upscale the fight against corruption going forward. And again, as I said, we're not just focusing on law enforcement, but also working on more of the systems reviews and corruption risk assessments, and also making sure that the corruption prevention committees that have been established in the counties are working so that at least we're able to address this menace of corruption going forward. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ogalo. That's the really insightful role of EACC. Sometimes we don't get to, if you don't go out to look for this information, we won't really know that there's a lot of work that you are doing. And just looking at especially, I like that focus, the areas that you focus on, high impact cases in sectors, a lot of them devolved sectors that have a direct hit on the people, high value amounts and high profile personalities, but also interesting around your work on the preventive side, which I do hope does have linkages to CAJ's also mechanisms at the county level. I want to shift to our final set of panelists, and these are the development partners and civil society. And I will start with Sheila Masinde from TI Kenya. Sheila, listening to your fellow panelists coming from different institutions, constitutional institutions, parliament, and others, you as TI do a lot of research, looking at actually a lot of what the institutions represented on the panel are doing, and whether they are responsive to Kenyans, and whether governance is improving. I don't know, but are you seeing any positive results coming out from your research on the work that our governance institutions are doing? And if yes, please let us know. But also, if there are challenges and barriers that eventually affect development outcomes based on your recommendations not being implemented, what are these? And in 5 minutes, tell us that alongside what your organization does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Con, and good morning to everyone. I work for Transparency International Kenya. It's a national civil society organization working in Kenya for now almost 25 years, but associated with the Global Transparency International movement, which is working towards a corruption-free society. And yes, I believe that we will see that in the fullness of time if we continue working on a number of things, some of which have been mentioned here. And we work through research, as Con has addressed a question to me, public interest litigation, advocacy, provide legal aid to victims of corruption, as well as support institutions who want to deal with issues around anti-corruption, so in terms of institutional strengthening. And directly to your question, Con, in regard to research, and we started, particularly in regard to research that we have done on county governance, we have conducted a research called the County Governance Status Study, which we first did in 2016 and followed up in 2020. And of course, in 2016, the county governance structures, particularly in regard to accountability, were very nascent. And what we found, because that particular piece of research assesses issues around integrity, transparency, accountability, and service delivery, to what extent have counties been able to build mechanisms towards promoting this, and what functions have they developed in regard to this? In 2016, we didn't find much work or structures that had been built, but that was just 3 years after the devolution. But in 2020, we found a bit of improvement. Commissioner Ogalo has talked about, the placement of integrity assurance officers. And actually, that's one of the recommendations that we had made. We had made recommendations for the formation of corruption prevention committees. He has just said that we now have 6, I think you're piloting it in 6 counties. I think one of the other issues we raised was lack of effective public participation and access to information. Chair Florence Kajiju has talked about what they're doing in regard to access to information, but I think we really need those regulations like today so that we are able to get the process of accessing information, not just at national level, but also at county level, because many Kenyans still go to county offices, demand information, particularly in regard to fiscal information, but are not able to get this information, despite the fact that that right is enshrined in Article 35 of the Constitution. On public participation, we have increasingly seen counties coming up with frameworks in regard to that, but I think there's still a challenge in terms of the quality of public participation. I still get the sense that it's all about ticking a box, that there was those public participation. There's a law being developed. You call for public participation and feedback, but many times you find that citizens are given very little time to be able to respond. And sometimes when you look at the final draft or what is eventually passed, even in the county assemblies, it doesn't really incorporate what citizens presented. So we also have to consider what is the quality of public participation and what mechanisms are really being used to get citizens to be able to give feedback or really effectively participate. You still find mechanisms or media that are inaccessible to citizens. So maybe you use a newspaper advertisement to call for public participation, but yet to know mashinani, many people do not have access to newspapers, rather than use vernacular stations. Those are some of the things that we have been monitoring over the past couple of years. So seeing some small little improvements, but still quite a little more to be done. One of the other things that we also noted, and I think Senator Kajwang has addressed this, and I've taken that recommendation, in terms of building the oversight capacity of members of county assemblies, because we found that even in the last survey and one of the other studies that we have done is called the Local Integrity System Study, where we look into the functions and mechanisms within the county assemblies and county executives to be able to ensure accountability within their systems. And we found that members of county assemblies had little experience or capacity to be able to provide effective oversight, particularly in regard to the public audit process. And one of the things that we have been doing together with other civil society actors is trying to have a structured way of engaging members of county assembly. We have been training them, but what we're also trying to do is form what we call the County Assemblies Representatives Network Against Corruption, which are modeled along the lines of what we call the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, which is a caucus of members of parliament who are then able to work on issues around corruption, both inside the House and also outside. In regard to representation, oversight, and legislation. So we've tried to do that at the county level. We actually now have an operating CANAC, we call it CANAC, in Kakamega County, but I take note of the need to also build capacity of the technical staff, and we try as much as possible to also roll it out to other counties. We try to roll it out in Kwale, but then sustaining it was a bit of a challenge. We've also been engaging the Office of the Auditor General. They have been running what they call they've just actually started the piloting and finished the pilot of the Citizen Accountability Audit process, which is really in line with also what Senator Kajwang was saying, that it's sometimes not just about figures in terms of what you see on the audit reports, but you also want to see the quality of work, what is, in terms of performing a real audit in terms of value for money. What is the effectiveness, efficiency of all these structures that are being supported by taxpayers' money? So we worked together with our civil society organizations and the Office of the Auditor General to pilot this, and I hope this is something that we can effectively institute across all audit processes so that citizens are well engaged. But one of the outcomes of the Citizen Accountability Audit process, the pilot rather, is that we really need to fast track the public participation and access to information frameworks, both at the national and at the county level, because we still have issues in regard to public participation. One of the other things that we're also focusing on, just to try and address the barriers and challenges that we are seeing at the county level in regard to governance and specifically corruption, is also trying to promote social accountability. I've already talked about the citizen accountability audit exercises, but we have other tools that we use as civil society. We have these civilian oversight mechanisms, public expenditure tracking, social audits, which have been actually quite effective in terms of getting information of how money has been used on the ground, whether those projects that you see on paper or that are reported in various reports actually exist. So getting citizens to actually go to the ground and audit these projects has been very useful. But one challenge in terms of them actually getting information has also, we don't have those regulations in regard to access to information, particularly at the county level. And so if we are able to pass this, Commissioner Chair Kajuju, I think that would be very effective in terms of promoting social audits and social accountability generally at the county level. I think, let me stop there because of time and possibly engage more as we maybe go into plenary.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for those remarks, and really good to see that the civil society is able to carry out research in addition to what our public institutions are doing, but also being able to put pressure on public institutions to continually implement laws and policies that will eventually have a positive impact on our governance. Coming to Sheila Karani, you sit here as a development partner alongside Anthony from the UNDP. Sheila, you're likely to have a vantage position because you work across the board with government and with independent commissions and with civil society, partnering with each of them to help them achieve their objectives. And it would be good to hear from you, Sheila, what in your work and maybe broadly, not just USAID, but in your understanding of the development partners space and work, what are some of the effective approaches and strategies that promote good governance, especially in the county governments? What have you seen? What have you done? And how have you worked with the institutions represented here to ensure that good governance is promoted? And are you seeing this taking us to our goal of equitable and sustainable development? 5 minutes. No. Yes, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Con, and good morning, fellow participants. It is an honor for me to sit here with all of you and to celebrate 10 years into Devolution. As the conference was being prepared, I had deja vu moments because a number of us have walked this journey from the first Devolution conference that took place in Kwale. So let me take this opportunity to congratulate all of you, from the national government to county governments, to independent commissions, civil society organizations, the private sector, and citizens for all the efforts, hard work, and progress that we have all jointly made over the last 10 years. let me just give a little bit of overview of what USAID does, and I'll try to do everything, Con, within 5 minutes. So let me start by indicating that USAID is committed to inclusive and sustainable agriculture-led economic growth. We are rolling this out by using an approach that puts Kenyans in the leadership, what we are calling Kenya-led, Kenya-owned, Kenya-managed, because we believe that this is what will achieve sustainable development. Again, as I said, development partners, not just USAID, have walked this journey with the government, the national government and county government since 2013. So I'll speak from some of the lessons we drew from the initial devolution program which USAID supported, which was known as a HADI, which stood for Agile and Harmonized Assistance for Devolved Institutions. This program was implemented between 2014 and 2020, and I'll just highlight some of the lessons that we learned, all of us collectively. And these lessons speak to the three components that my colleague from UNDP has highlighted around institutional arrangements, resources and management of those resources, and then rules of the game. So under the AHADI program, I'll just, as I said, highlight a few lessons and achievements. Most of the counties were very successful in setting up the necessary institutional arrangements, ranging from the administration side of the arrangements to other processes and systems, both financial systems as well as, performance management at the county level. We also saw improvements across counties with regards to inter-county coordination and collaboration. There were also very good steps and developments around development of training materials, training curriculum, revision of policies, and also the aspect of civic education around devolution. So these are just highlights of some of the lessons and achievements under AHADI. Now, Con, moving to the question you asked around strategies and approaches that will, promote good governance. I'll mention three. The first one is that promoting good governance requires robust public participation. I think those who've spoken ahead of me, including my namesake, has highlighted this aspect. And we are all aware that, the Constitution provides for robust public participation in various sections. The second lesson, which refers to the whole institutional arrangement, is that strengthening intergovernmental institutions and collaboration between national and county governments will lead to successful devolution and eventually equitable and sustainable development. We've seen progress. Those of you who've been around for long remember that during the initial years of devolution, the relationship between the two levels of government was strained, competitive, and contentious. However, in the recent past, this intergovernmental relations coordination has greatly improved, and we've seen also the review of a number of laws and policies related to, intergovernmental coordination and collaboration. The third aspect or lesson is that while counties are making good progress around public financial management, so this speaks to the issue around resources and management of resources. However, there's still challenges around PFM. My colleague from UNDP touched on this. we continue to see that economic development is unevenly distributed 10 years into devolution. There are a number of, very few. He actually talked about 5 counties that are contributing to a significant portion of the GDP, while the counties at the bottom are contributing a small percentage to the GDP. So we see economic development continues to be unevenly distributed. The other challenge around PFM touches on budget performance. And that, and this, I think this was covered yesterday extensively. We continue to see that on average, 23% of county government, 23% of county budgets are not being implemented. And this presents a significant opportunity cost in terms of service delivery. In addition, 14% of county budgets are not matched with the funds available in the county revenue fund accounts. So there is need to improve budget performance, and this will require proper planning, efficient expenditure management, as well as transparency and accountability. And then the third lesson around PFM, again, this was extensively discussed yesterday, is around the own source revenue. And the performance has been inconsistent and below estimated potentials. So those are some of the lessons that we've learned. I think even other development partners that are working in this space, these are some of the lessons that we are taking forward as we get into this new phase of devolution. In terms of what USAID is doing moving forward, let me mention that our strategy places a very heavy emphasis on partnership. As I mentioned, our current strategy is all about partnerships and enabling Kenyans, county governments, civil society, private sector to be in the forefront of coming up with solutions, because we believe that this is what will lead to sustainability. One of the partnerships that we are currently working on is what we call local development organizations. And we are partnering with a number of counties to set up local development organizations, LDOs. I'm seeing some of the county governments represented here. And these are umbrella organizations. And what USAID is doing is facilitating civil society organizations, community-based organizations, private sectors from these counties to come together and organize so that they can have collective voice and be able to engage and to participate in governance processes. In addition to the LDOs, and so far we have been able to partner with 11 counties. So far 11 counties have successfully formed LDOs, and these LDOs have developed strategic plans. They're engaging constructively with their communities and county governments, and we've seen that they've been able to continue mobilizing other CBOs at the county level, including Senator from your county, Homa Bay. There's an LDO that is quite active and very engaged, both with the county government as well as with the community-based organizations. Then we are in the process of finalizing a devolution program, which we are hoping will roll out in the next 2 months. Again, this program will build on the objectives and the will build on the lessons that I mentioned. And its objectives include improving financing and efficiency in the health sector. While it's a governance program, we have made a deliberate decision to focus on a specific sector, and that is the health sector. The program will also improve policy coordination at the intergovernmental level. And of course, the program will work both with the county governments, that is the county executive and the county assembly, as well as equipping citizens so that they can actively and proactively engage in key governance processes. So that is on the governance front, and at USAID we continue to work and partner with county governments and national governments in the other sectors. Let me mention the health sector and the agriculture sector that are devolved. In order to, again, enhance service delivery. So I'm being warned that my time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sheila, Eric Latif is on stage, which means my time is up here, and our time is up here. Eric, of course, that means we don't have a chance to do plenary discussions or for me to give a summary of this discussion. But Eric, the governor of Mombasa, who could make it to this panel, had a very important point he wanted just brought out, especially by the UNDP country director, on the UN General Assembly that will be held mid-next month. If you can just allow Mr. Ngororano to just tell us, because I think everyone, the governors and the parliamentarians, the civil society will probably all attend that. If then Mr. Ngororano can tell us a bit about just the theme of that upcoming UN General Assembly and how it ties to our conversation today. And we are done.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think in the interests of time, in collaboration with our friends at COG, we will send a brief so that those, including the friends who are not with us today, can receive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngororano. Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate our panel this morning. I hope you had an informative session like I did, and we really appreciate it. And you can find time to speak to them. These are all very accessible Kenyans and Rwandese seated before us. So please feel free. Thank you very much. Eric Latif, over to you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for this panel. My mic. Let's clap for the panel, please, and as we usher them off the stage, asanteni sana. Very engaging and very good conversations that you've had this morning, hearing from the various sectors. Asanteni sana. A round of applause. Please stand for a pose for a photo here as I call up the next group up on stage. Con, panelists, you'll take a photo just up here for Mheshimiwa Florence. There's a photo session. So just take a quick photo as I introduce the next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, that's why you're seeing me having to rush that panel off the stage so we can invite the next one, so that we are also on time for our closing ceremony this afternoon, and also in good time for lunch and all the other deliberations. Our next conversation will be on affirmative action, linking the lessons to a sustainable future. The objective here is to examine the strides that have been made in the affirmative action agenda and propose responsive measures that can be adopted to guarantee the place of women, the youth, and the most vulnerable in governance. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Daisy Amdani. Daisy is the Executive Director at Crown Trust. A round of applause, please, as we welcome Daisy up on stage. She will come and introduce her panelists and also the keynote speaker for this particular one. We hope that this panel conversation will be concluded by about 12:45, so we can get into the next set of the program. Another warm round of applause, please, for Daisy as she comes.
So I will start now. Thank you so much, Eric Latif. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Daisy Amdani, and I'm the Executive Director of Crown Trust. And it is my privilege to moderate this panel. Allow me to invite our keynote speaker and panelists to the stage
so that we can have this conversation. Dr. Shaheen? Dr. Shaheen is the current representative of UNICEF Kenya with over 30 years of experience in the development sector in senior leadership positions and in building large social sector development and humanitarian programs for non-profit organizations. Allow me also to invite Senator Catherine Muma, who is a nominated senator and an advocate of the High Court, a passionate champion for women's rights and adolescents, and has made significant contributions to human rights practice and activism, and her commitment to health rights and advocacy as a founder of Adolescent Health and Rights in Africa. Also, allow me to invite Ms. Anna Mutavati, who is the country representative for UN Women in Kenya. Anna is a gender equality advocate and women's rights lawyer with 24 years experience. She has worked with UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women. Her achievements include support to legal reforms on gender discriminatory laws and support to women and children to assert their rights. Allow me also to invite to the stage Ms. Kala Mukavi. She has served as the FAO representative to Kenya since November 2020. Prior to this appointment, Ms. Mukavi worked as director of FAO Liaison Office in New York and is a career diplomat, having served in different functions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique. She also served at the Embassy of Mozambique in Ethiopia and Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Mozambique to Italy, Greece, and Malta, and the permanent representative to FAO and the World Food Programme. Allow me to also invite to the stage Mr. Harun Malim Hassan, who is the Executive Director of the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. He has more than 20 years of experience in public service and community work. He has served as a public administrator in the Office of the District Commissioner and the World Disability Union, and is a member of the US-based global think tank Association for Research on Nonprofit Volunteer Association. Welcome. Also, allow me to call to the podium Madam Grace Wasike, who will be representing the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Public Affairs. It is the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, and Affirmative Action. Grace has 30 years experience in the public service and has mainstreamed gender in the ministries of agriculture, the East African community, and mining, and is currently a director at the State Department of Gender. Finally, allow me to call to the podium Ms. Wangeshi Wachira. Wangeshi is the Executive Director for the Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, CREW, a national women's rights NGO focused on championing and building agency among women and girls to transform and build an equal society. Wangeshi has over 16 years of experience in senior management and is well known for her skills in lobbying and advocacy, gender and integration and inclusion. Last but not least, allow me to invite Her Excellency, Governor Gladys Wanga. Makofi Jameni. Gladys Wanga is the current governor of Homa Bay County and the vice chairperson of the COG Committee on Health. She is the first female governor from the western region of the county elected during the 2022 general election. Yes, she's one of the 7 female governors that we have in Kenya. These are the trailblazers. She served as a commissioner in the Parliamentary Service Commission and as the chairperson of the Finance Committee in the National Assembly. Her unwavering commitment to public service and exceptional leadership skills makes her a valuable asset to the people of Homa Bay County and the country at large. Now I can see all our seats are taken, so I think, Madam, oh, there's a seat at the back. Let's do this as we invite Carla. Allow me first to invite Shaheen, who will give us the keynote address, and then we will go into the panel discussion. Welcome, Shaheen.
Excellencies, all the delegates present here, and please accept that I write on the established protocol. Hongera kwa miaka kumi ya utuzi nchini Kenya. Congratulations for the 10 years of devolution in Kenya and a successful decade of our devolution journey. And what a transformative journey it has been. From a point of anxiety to where we are today is a point of optimism. Today I'm very honored to be with you, celebrating this milestone and reinforcing the path towards Devolution 2.0. And the focus of my remarks centers on 4 key messages. Firstly, devolution is one of the fastest route to equity and inclusion. Second, a data or an evidence-driven budget for effective quality delivery service delivery must work for the poor. Third, empowerment of girls is an urgent need for action. We need to do more. We aren't doing enough. And the last is addressing geographical disparities, which is about leaving no one behind. And the revolution's first decade brought successes, stories of success, growth, challenges, as well as some learnings. And it brought governance closer to the people to improve the service delivery. Tony, in the previous section, the UNDP country director, spoke about how devolution and good governance is about service delivery and effective service delivery. And we heard the Kenya's growth story on day one and how investments will further put Kenya in the global economic landscape. Undoubtedly, growth without equity is meaningless or insufficient. And whereas growth with equity is about social justice and shared prosperity. And the growth story must also tell us how it supports inclusion, reduces poverty, and closes the gap in its ability to reach the last mile in uplifting the most marginalized, the minorities in the remote communities, the children, the women, the disabled, in the refugee camps, in the informal urban settlements. The 2022 Kenya Demographic Health Survey shows some very positive effects of devolution, like the improved immunization and maternal care, about an improved healthcare accesses. You know, we've also heard about increase in birth attendance from 48 to 89%, all reflects maternal care services on the high. But notably, the decline in stunting from 35 to 18% underscores the strides in nutrition and child development. And these achievements bear testimony and witness to the power of devolution to save lives and create opportunities in Kenya. And why is devolution vital for equity? It targets the most at-risk groups, tackling inequalities, and it's empowering county governments to drive local changes in productivity, fostering self-sufficiency in needs like health and nutrition and water and education, energy and other essential services. His Excellency President Ruto, in his remarks, mentioned about the human capital and the homegrown solutions and domestic resource mobilizations to accelerate poverty and reimagine its economic growth. over the past decade, we saw how some counties have been beacons of innovations, productivity, and growth. And their success models offer counties that grow more slowly over the past decades and where growth has been less robust. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme, affirmative action, underscores inclusivity. And our conversations must prioritize efforts and resources towards leaving no one behind and fostering well-being and inclusive growth. And I humbly urge the organizers of the conference, as we reconvene for the next Devolution conference, we start the conversation telling us stories about efforts made towards ensuring that no one is left behind, only to be followed by stories of resources and investments made or to be made, the funds following the functions. The 2010 Constitution and the Article 10 and Article 35 recognizes public participation and access to information as a national value and a principle of governance. This was being referred to in the previous session as well. But let's quickly walk through some of the commendable programs the government of Kenya, the county governments notably, have undertaken to ensure inclusion. The establishment of the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, began last year with the initial 20 billion Kenyan shillings, further supplemented by 10 billion this fiscal year. We all know the transactions have surged, reaching approximately close to about 3.5 million. Mr. Peter Negwa, CEO of the Safaricom M-Pesa, did highlight the millions of the hits on this very platform. Nevertheless, it is important to analyze the fund's accessibility for women and young girls and those from the far-flung areas in the remote Kenyan north and northeastern hinterlands in their participation and geographical distribution. The universal health coverage stands as a transformative path towards healthcare reforms, and the National Health Insurance Fund addresses urgent healthcare needs for underprivileged Kenyans. As the current government, both at the county and the national level, aims for more local engagement as seen as hiring community health promoters, currently standing more than 100,000 being recruited across counties, already exiting the targets. The future focus is on community involvement in decisions and priorities that matters most to them. Further, the social protection programs, and there are many, including the elderly, disabled, orphans, and vulnerable children, offer safety nets, now adapt to shocks, as we've seen in the time of the drought, through wider coverage is very essential. Other initiatives like the Affirmative Action Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, all addresses gender-based violence and education reforms. Nevertheless, it's very crucial for both county and national administration to prioritize equitable access to credit, enabling women to register their businesses at par with men, ensuring equal inheritance right, land ownership, aligning the 6 months breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding with the call for 6 months of maternity benefits as an imperative goals. A decentralized system hinges on active involvement and collaboration among all the stakeholders in agriculture, in renewable energy, in entrepreneurship. As Kenya's 47 counties craft the county investment development plans, a crucial step is assessing these plans to ensure gender sensitivity. And I love to give examples, and please pardon me if you don't hear the names of your counties, and which doesn't mean that you aren't necessarily making any efforts. For instance, consider the enhancement of maternal and child health in Kakamega and Vihiga counties, which has made substantial improvements in maternal and child health that has been observed. Counties like Kilifi, Marsabit, West Pokot, Turkana, and Kitui, popularly known as niche counties, which is nutritional intervention through cash transfer for health and education have achieved better nutritional outcomes by integrating social protection, nutrition, and child protection, targeting the lactating and the pregnant and the malnourished children. Additionally, Mombasa County's endeavor to streamline business processes are noteworthy, and these efforts are aimed to improve access, effectiveness, efficiency for people living in far-flung areas who come all the way to Mombasa to ensure that they get access to what they need in terms of getting a form filled up and access to services. Lamu County's emphasis on empowering women highlights the commitment to uplifting the entire communities. This strategy is not only about evidences to advance gender equality, but also showcases how devolution can catalyze grassroots empowerment, fostering a fairer society, and equally about their intervention on national health insurance policies, registering approximately about close to 20,000 people. And that signifies the numerous promising initiatives. Internet connectivity is also about bridging the digital gap. And as we speak, close to about 418 schools out of the targeted 1,100 schools have been connected, primarily targeting 17 counties in Nasal, but also in the rest of the other counties, benefiting over 168,000 learners and teachers. In Busia County, a pioneering initiative called the Accessibility for All program has been introduced by the county government. And Vijay County is not behind in terms of their Vijay County's Disability Fund and People with Disability Act. So therefore, it is important in the first message that the evidence and data-driven budgets ensures optimal service delivery. The role of international budget partnership cannot be undermined as they conduct annual county budget survey across 36 counties, expanding to 47 counties by 2024, ensuring that the voices of the poor people and those at the bottom of the pyramid do influence resource allocations when these decisions are made at the county level. The crux lies in scalability, and proven initiatives like this and many more are well supported by the county government's resources and need to be supported. The potential for expansion holds the promise of hastening inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction. Distinguished guests, investing in the well-being of Kenya's vulnerable groups, children and women who form 48% and 50%, must carry a long-term societal benefit. The longer a girl stays in school, the less the gender-based violence as she experiences and unlocks the potential as a future contributor to the Kenya's economy. The KDH 2022 report reflects pressing concerns such as teenage pregnancy, FGM, underage marriages, and gender-based violence. This includes issues like corporal punishment, violence against children, even including in faith-based organizations and settings, posing barriers to women's and girls' empowerment. So facilitating economic empowerment for women and youth through affirmative action funds can effectively combat violence against women and children. Therefore, it is important that the performance contracts that was talked about must reflect the need to do more for the girls and the women. Nevertheless, achieving greater transparency for citizens' engagement remains very imperative for shaping lives and ensuring accountability. And the convergence, ladies and gentlemen, of stakeholders has been very pivotal in Kenya's successful devolution journey. The United Nations Devolution Joint Devolution Program, backed by UNICEF, UN Women, and UNDP, alongside the support of Finland, Italy, and Sweden, and many more donors, the USAID, the EU, the World Bank, have been pretty much the evidences that put forward the partnership with the COG, the county governments, in bringing about scalable change and impact. As witnessed in yesterday's session, grace Nabiswa's articulate presentation of the Children's Resolution and Call to Action at the pre-devolution conference stands as a striking testament to the impactful role of young people, young minds in shaping priorities that directly impacts them and the families. The resounding call, "Nothing for us without us," echoes in our minds. Failing our children is not an option. They embodied our aspiration and the very hope for our tomorrow. It's our responsibility to listen and promptly act, for in safeguarding their dreams, we secure our shared futures. Distinguished guests, the progress has been achieved. We've also heard about many challenges, including timely disbursement, adequate and appropriate allocation of resources, etc. We're also happy and recommend the recent commitment to adhere to the legal deadlines for fund disbursement evident in the July disbursement. The current dedication to digitizing government services augurs well for transparency and efficiency in business operation. I must mention the equalization funds that we spoke about stands as a significant leveler and an equalizer, particularly for ASAL regions, counties encountering marginalization. As more number of members becomes claimant to the equalization funds, the lesser is available to do more for many of those concerned in the remote communities in the ASAL. Our engagement strategy for leaving no one behind must be comprehensive and tailored to the unique challenges of each region, especially in ASAL. What should be our engagement strategy for leaving no one behind? And how do we work towards sustainable agriculture practices, livelihood opportunities that suit the local context, reducing vulnerabilities to drought and other challenges, and develop strategies to mitigate climate-related risk, given the vulnerabilities of ASAL counties to climate changes? The journey of Devolution 2.0 must persist, marked by inclusivity and a focus on social services for marginalized groups. County governments must amplify and are amplifying voices of underrepresented and enact policies that addresses vulnerabilities. Looking ahead, the next phase of devolution should prioritize enhanced collaboration, partnership, and adaptability. In closing, Kenya's 10 years of devolution have been a resounding testament to local governments influencing and advancing equity and affirmative action for marginalized community. To quote His Excellency Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mutawadi, devolution indeed is a critical jewel in the crown, and that's the new constitution. The aspiration is clear. A thriving Kenya where every citizen prospers and no one is left behind. As the nation's devolution journey continues, unwavering dedication from all stakeholders is crucial to turn this vision into a reality that will shape Kenya's future for generations. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Carla, for that keynote address. Shaheen. My apologies, Shaheen. Thank you so much for your keynote address and for setting the tone for our panel and for reminding us how devolution is indeed a game changer. And even as we celebrate devolution as a game changer, we also want to appreciate that affirmative action is an equal game changer within the framework of the Constitution 2010. And so as we examine the strides that have been made, I would like to start with you, Your Excellency, Governor Gladys Wanga. As a legislator, you played a key role in the formation of the affirmative action and social development funds, and we've heard from Shaheen how that has had so much potential in improving the lives of so many at the grassroots level. You created awareness on the affirmative action funds for women and youth and persons with disabilities in Homa Bay County. How have these investments translated to sustained economic empowerment for the previously marginalized groups thus far?
Thank you, Daisy, and thank you, Shaheen, for that very insightful statement. As Daisy has correctly pointed out, and let me recognize my colleague governors who are in the audience here, together with senators and the others just listening to the conversations that we're having on affirmative action. And as you've correctly pointed out, I was one of the pioneer woman representatives in Parliament in 2013. And the Constitution had just passed, and when we came in, we were sort of, lost for what really was our role, what really was our responsibility within this new constitutional framework. And we immediately figured out that with devolution, CDF had now been left for education and security. And then the rest of the functions had now gone to the counties. And we quickly figured out that there was a gap on the area of affirmative action and affirmative action groups. And that's when we immediately embarked, the 47 of us, in putting in place regulations that formed the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. And then Affirmative Action Fund was essentially to look at women, persons with disabilities, and youth, and develop programs that could support them. And looking back at what has happened with these affirmative action groups, and we quickly also plugged into the existing, funds, which were the Women Enterprise Fund and the Youth Enterprise Fund, and we gave ourselves the responsibility to popularize these funds. And 10 years on, looking back and looking at what the Affirmative Action Fund has done in various counties across the country in, supporting persons with disabilities with assistive devices and tools of trade, and setting up gender-based violence shelters, and setting up markets, and giving women groups. I've seen groups that I gave money in the initial 2013 that have now grown, into really large groups doing a lot of work. I see my colleague Honorable Kajuju there. We were with her. She's now the ombudsman. We were with her in that pioneer group, and the groups that we worked with then, and just what happened as far as also what we realized is we could give money to the groups, and if we did not entrench financial literacy, the monies would just go. And when you came later with auditors, and auditors would ask you, where is the money? You said the group was here in this, but they said this is a bush. No, the group used to exist in this area. So it also pointed to the importance of financial literacy and just training the groups on what they would use the grants that were coming from these monies. But also, Daisy, a striking resemblance, I think Devolution, now that I'm governor and looking, Devolution and affirmative action are in the same WhatsApp group. They both strive for empowerment. They both strive for equity. When we say on affirmative action, as Shaheen was saying, groups that were hitherto, not thought about, are now being thought about in the conversation. The same way, parts of this country that were hitherto not thought about before devolution are now part of the big conversation around with devolution. So I think we cannot talk about affirmative action without devolution. Neither can we talk about devolution without affirmative action. And I just wanted to make that point, reflecting on where we came from 2013 with the affirmative action funds. And the big point I want to state as I close is, after we did the regulations for affirmative action, budget is a different story. And budget was a big battle. And I think it's just to note just the importance of maneuvering, within Parliament, just to get money into the budget. And without money in the budget, without seeing that line there, everything comes to naught. So it's a regulatory framework, a policy framework, and then follow it with budget. And later on, I'll speak to, the counties and what we're doing right now. But I just wanted to mention that we actually had to, demonstrate to Mutava Musimi, who was the chair of budget then, and say, no affirmative action funds, no Mutava, and so on and so forth. So budget was a big element of pushing forward the affirmative action agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And we remember that We remember that, yes, please, you can clap for her. We remember the battle, and we want to appreciate you, as one of the pioneer affirmative action recipients through the women's rep seat. I hope people remember that the women representative seat is actually an affirmative action seat. But to show just how far you can go, just by entrenching affirmative action, and we want to appreciate also what you did as the chair of the Finance Committee in ensuring budget lines to critical areas. So part of that affirmative action, when your voices are on the table, it actually matters. You can direct budgets to critical areas that need support. And so we want to appreciate you for that and how far it has come. Allow me to now come to you, Mr. Hassan, and thank you for being the only man on this panel. But at least, you have brought the diversity necessary. Yes, we applaud him. We thank you so much for being with us. The sole mandate of the National Council of Persons with Disabilities to facilitate disability mainstreaming in programs in the public and private sector. How has the Council worked with county governments in providing support in data management and disability mainstreaming in county government processes, and including, I will also ask, about representation, because representation of persons with disability in county governments has been, in the county assemblies, has been a very controversial issue. And it's one of the gaps, despite the provision that they should be there, it is one of the gaps. So perhaps you can also speak to that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tidesha, and thank you for recognizing that I'm the only man. How about you? Excellencies in the House, the senators, the MCAs, the Devolution, critical stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Toward this conference, the COG organized Children's Devolution Conference a month ago. And what stood out very strongly in the Children's Conference was the level of inclusion. At least a child with disability was picked from all the 47 counties. But what was so inspiring again was the children elected a deaf child to be their conference governor. That's quite amazing. They have never looked at his disability or his different or indifferent. But what they looked at is the content of the gentleman. And to paraphrase what Martin Luther King said, at one time, maybe decades to come, hopefully, we will even do away with affirmative because we have set the level playing ground so level that will be judged by the content of our character, what we can contribute, and our ability to move, the development forward. The spirit of devolution itself, Daisy, is an affirmative. The spirit itself. That's why we have equalization fund to allocate money to the counties based on the level of underdevelopment, marginalization, and the level of poverty. That serves in the spirit of an affirmative. But within the counties also, whether they are marginalized or they are developed, let me put it that way, we have super marginalized communities within there. Those are persons with disabilities. But sometimes emphasis has been on youth and women and other minority groups. But because of lack of clear framework on how issues of disabilities at the county level can be done, we might not have a clear parameters or format of engagement. At the national level, through performance contracting mechanism, ministries, departments, and agencies report to the National Council the extent of their disability inclusion and mainstreaming. But the independent offices, commissions, and county government, we don't have that clear framework. That's why when it's clearly audited, some counties, maybe the level of inclusion for persons with disability is struggling. Some they have done very well. So as a council, what is our take and what is our engagement with the county, as you ask? The issue of data is critically very important. If we don't have data, then we won't allocate resources, we won't plan. So the data entails now registration of persons with disabilities. And the council, the entity that registers persons with disabilities in this country. For you to access opportunities and services, you must be registered with the government. But before, to register a person with disability in this country was cumbersome and very painful and long. It is so centralized that the signature of Director of Medical Services at the Afi House instructs council now to register that person. But quite recent, in the last 1 or 2 years, closely we've worked with the COG, and thanks to the COG Secretariat and the governor, especially Governor Mudomi, the chair of the Health Committee, we managed, together with other stakeholders, to come up with assessment guidelines, and we move the signature now from Nairobi to put it to the hands of county directors of health and county directors of medical services in some counties, so that the counties now can register. They put the team, they set the assessment centers so that it can be registered from level 5 to level 4. In that guideline that is developed by Ministry of Health as a policy guidelines, let me put it that way, it has certain functions in it that the county government, because health is default, can take up. So the question is, have counties really taken that far? The issue of, accessible assessment centers, putting, equipment in place, devolving further to the ward, that's the last mile, such kind of a thing. Because data is critically a very important thing. And then the other issue, which is core mandate of council, is disability mainstreaming. Recently, March this year, we released the first report on the status of disability inclusion in Kenya, where we are only looking at national government. And we shared that report quite very gladly with the Senate to help us how it can be a resource in their role as oversight, legislation, or representation. I'm glad to say I'm sharing this podium with Senator Mumo, who shared one of the session, when we presented that report. That report clearly brings out the level of employment. The Public Service Commission put 1.5% of Kenyan workforce are persons with disability, an improvement of 0.2% from the previous year. And if you look at this job, and it is gone further details into it, it's just low-level jobs. And by the way, let me say, I'm the only CEO with disability in Kenya. Na mimi niko nyumbani, pale ya walemavu. So when you go down, it looks like, we are not doing so well. So this report clearly brings out a glaring image of where we are insofar as inclusion and employment is concerned. Some counties, 21 actually, up from 17 in the previous devolution 2, 21. They don't have MCS with disabilities. And this is a constitutional kind of a requirement. And if they are not there, they say the wearer of the shoe is the one who pinches. I feels where it is pinching harder. So the issue of disability becomes now at margins or at peripheries. That's why, as a council, we started working with MCS, especially caucuses of MCS with disabilities, members of parliament, they call it Kediba with disability, but more importantly, all friends in the disability space, how they can help us. That disability is a cross-cutting agenda, and it's not a function of national or county. It is a business of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harun. And indeed, disability mainstreaming is a responsibility for all of us. Let me come to you, Madam Anna Mutavati. UN Women is the organization dedicated to gender equality and women's empowerment, and you work across all governance aspects to accelerate progress towards gender equality. You've heard some of the findings from Shaheen, and of course, working in Kenya, you know some of the challenges that are being faced. What strategies is UN Women deploying to accelerate the actualization of gender equality and women's empowerment? And I think also you can touch on technology, because we've talked about technology and the importance of technology. There's talk about data driving development and budgetary allocations. But we know that there is a severe gender gap. And what are the implications then in terms of further marginalizing those previously marginalized groups, even as we accelerate progress towards digitization and technological advancement? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me start by saying that the World Economic Forum in 2020 said that at the pace that the world was moving towards gender equality targets, we would require 150 to 200 years to achieve gender equality. So that was shocking, and we had to retreat and think again and say, as the world, that is Kenya included, how do we accelerate this pace of gender equality so that we achieve equality in our generation? We do not have 200 years to wait to solve all these problems that have been outlined very well in the keynote speech, but also what Excellency Governor Wanga mentioned, and indeed the colleague, Mr. Arun. So we had to take a step back and say, what do we need to accelerate? So there's therefore 6 key areas which have been identified at the global level, and Kenya is part of that global community that has also said we need to accelerate the pace of gender equality in the different countries where we serve. And as UN Women in Kenya, we are rallying behind those commitments, those 6 commitments to accelerate the pace of gender equality. As it has been said, the issue of affirmative action simply means that we cannot win on our development journey if we are playing with half of our team on the terraces, right? So I know Kenya is a soccer-loving nation, so picture this. If half of your team is out there on the terraces, what chances do we have to win that match, right? So it's almost impossible, right? So we have to consider that when we talk affirmative action is to proactively bring those that we are living on the terraces to be on the pitch so that we win this match together. So very quickly, therefore, to the 6 key areas, which are also our strategies for supporting Kenya towards accelerating this gender equality agenda. The first one is on women's leadership. We are saying that as long as decisions are being made without women on the table, not only as participants that we consult them, but that they are there on the table, bringing their own lived experiences to inform and shape the decisions that are being made on policies, on budgets, on plans, on everything that's happening at the national level, but also at the county level. We will not win this development journey. So therefore, critical is to ensure women are at the center on those tables where decisions are being made. And I know that this issue is also very in every space. We talk two-thirds, but it's not the only place that we'll be looking at the national level. There are many different ways that we are also supporting, including at the county level, to ensure that we are reflecting women's leadership in every position that decisions are being made. So on education committees, on water committees, on health committees, on the CECs, the appointments, how are we also ensuring that women are part of the decision-making at the county level? In addition, we are also looking at representation on the MCAs. We know that in the just-ended elections, we only had 115 women elected as MCAs. I think that's just about 10% or so of the entire MCA. So already, we have left so many women out on the terraces. So affirmative action, yes, comes in to boost the numbers, but that's not enough. We need to also inculcate and get used to the fact of women being on the leadership tables and helping shape decisions and helping shape budgets and helping shape laws, because they are living these things, right? If it's child marriage, if it's teenage pregnancy, if it's malnutrition, those are issues women are dealing with every day at home. So they need to be part of the solution as well. So that's one of our key strategies. The second strategy is on economic justice. And data has shown that poverty has a female face. So how do we change that to ensure that data is no man's face, it is no woman's face? So we've kind of gotten used to, when we talk of the poorest households, those are female-headed households. When you talk of everything else that's going wrong, women are feeling it the most. So part of our strategy is part of the global community, and Kenya included, and therefore UN Women also supporting that, and the entire UN family as well. We are looking at how do we put more money in the hands of women so that we lift not only women, but their households and their communities out of poverty. So for purposes of this discussion, we are looking exactly at what Honorable Gladys Wanga said, the affirmative action funds, but to follow them up, yes, with training so that they can really be useful, right? We are also looking at the affirmative government procurement opportunities. How much are your counties procuring from women in business? And are you reporting regularly so that we can also track how your county is doing? We are also looking at reducing the burden of unpaid care work at home, because we know that with all of that, women will be kept at home all the time and not really contributing meaningfully in the development of their families economically. The third area, very quickly, is on ending violence, all forms of violence against women. And here we are looking at how counties and, of course, the national level can be supported to ensure that we have large prevention programs that are going on, changing social norms that tolerate and make it okay for women to be battered, for girls to be raped, for children to be married off at the age of 12, for us to normalize as a country high prevalence rates of teenage pregnancy. So this is the support we are giving to say, how do we change the social norms that make it okay for these statistics to be the way they are? And then we're also looking at FGM prevention and response. We are looking at counties budgeting for safe shelters in their counties, so that when a woman's life is at risk, when a girl is at risk, they have somewhere they can go to until the danger is passed, right? So what investments are we making, therefore, as counties to ensure that at least there is one safe shelter that you are supporting, that you are responsible for, to ensure that lives are not unnecessarily lost. The fourth area is on sexual reproductive health and rights. Again, here, let me just emphasize what my colleagues have already spoken about, and this is the issue of teenage pregnancy primarily. I think the data that has been mentioned by the keynote speaker from UNICEF is very clear about the counties that are doing very badly in terms of teenage pregnancy and child marriage. So I think as counties, we want to know, where do we stand? And this is the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey of 2022. So we are here to help think together as communities and say, why is it that our county is doing so badly on teenage pregnancy? What can we do? How do we engage the communities? Because it's all about also social norm change, but also the safeguards we need to put in place so girls stay in school and not become mothers when they are children themselves. Then the fifth area is on climate justice. Again, looking at climate change around us. Gone are the times where we used to say women are the victims of climate change, you know, that they are only there to mop up after damage. Women have some solutions as well. So how are they being involved in all the awareness raising, in all the skilling, in all the tools, so they understand and become agents also of adaptation, mitigation, and prevention? Last but not least, to your question as well, the issue of technology is going to be, as we saw during COVID-19, technology is not just the future, it's right now with us. So if you are not technologically enabled, you will be left behind. And it actually goes against everything we are talking about in terms of inclusion. So even as government is adopting this very vibrant agenda on digitalization and digitization, we need to know that men and women don't access technology in the same way. So we don't want to further widen that gap. So as counties that are here, we need to know, even as we are setting up these hubs, we know that girls and women will not access them in the same way. So being proactive, therefore, in closing that gap before it widens and leaves women out, which happens to be the sixth area of our strategies here in Kenya, as UN Women, but also working with the UN family and supporting progress in these areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much for the great work that UN Women continue to do in ensuring gender equality and women's economic empowerment. You've touched on very many issues, and I think we will come back to some of them. But I want to come to you now, Senator Catherine Muma. Anna has talked about one of the strategies being women in leadership and ensuring that women's voices are on the table to be able to direct budgets and to have their voices and perspectives on the table. And we know that the 2010 Constitution, one of the key pillars is inclusion, aimed at transforming the lives of minority groups and integrating them into the mainstream, particularly women. However, 10 years down the line, we still see some marginalization, the failure to implement the two-thirds gender principle, and you have been a key participant in the Constitution review process and were a commissioner for the Constitution Implementation Commission. What strategies can be put in place to accelerate the actualization of gender equality and women's empowerment in Kenya?
Thank you so much, Daisy. And just allow me to recognize colleagues who've been sitting here, colleague senators who are here. I wish to recognize you. I've seen Veronica, Kajwang, Tobiko, I saw Methu, I saw Thangwa, and others. Joyce Korir, thank you so much for sitting in. These things are important. Daisy, first, I think it's important for us to tell the audience that affirmative action is a tool for positive action to redress inequalities. Affirmative action is not about women. Affirmative action is about redressing inequalities everywhere. And you're right that the Constitution of Kenya is about inclusion. In fact, devolution was brought in order to bring equality in development. So devolution is a tool of equality. If you read through the Constitution, the most powerful clause on equality, 27, is in the Kenyan Constitution. Our Article 10 is obsessed with the wording of inclusion. It uses inclusion, equity, equality, social justice, human rights, and all of this. And throughout the Constitution, it is contemplated that everything we do in development should include women, youth, persons with disabilities, minorities, and even in development. That's why even in the finance chapter, we have an equalization fund put there, not for women, but for regions that have been historically marginalized. So I just thought I should say that because oftentimes affirmative action is mistaken to be about bringing women at the decision table. Having said that, you are right that with the principles in place, I think we have come a very long way with the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and we have managed to bring on board more women, particularly at the decision-making tables, and particularly the political decision-making table. I think we have way more women legislators than we ever had after the Constitution. We have way more women at the grassroots in terms of the MCAs in decision-making place. But your question was, where should we go? And my view is this. First, we need to learn to respect the rule of law. Today, the CS Public Service and Gender has actually set up a task force to help us to implement the 2/3 gender rule. The courts have ruled on this, but we have become a lawless country. We don't want to straight away just respect the rule. I hope, Daisy, this task force which you are co-chairing will finally deliver on the 2/3 gender rule in political spaces. But we must go beyond 2/3 in National Assembly and county assemblies. And we had a pre-conference workshop with women MCS from Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Uasin Gishu, and this is women senators. One of the women senators' agenda is to try and get all the devolved government legislators to understand our role on oversight in order to also ensure that implementation of not just the 2/3, but of other ways of bringing inclusion is done. So one of the things we want to do is to oversight how every decision table in every village, in every ward, has included women, has included persons with disability, has included youth. And that includes the committee, development committee in a hospital, the market committee, all of those are decision-making tables, and they must also respect the two-thirds gender rule. The other thing we need to do is to start carrying out our job on monitoring inclusion in development. How will we do this? We need to actually start looking closely on the implementation tools by national and county governments. The implementation tools include the development plans, and for county governments, this means the CIDP, the annual work plans, and we need to start looking at them. To what extent have these plans factored inclusion of everyone? And it is not about a sentence talking about women, youth, and persons with disability. We also want to see the budget line. How has Uasin Gishu County contemplated how trade in Uasin Gishu is going to involve women, persons with disabilities, and youth? How is the agriculture project within Uasin Gishu going to involve women, youth, and so on? So we need to actually integrate that. And then we are going to monitor the budgets, and we are going to monitor the impacts. Senator Kajwang told you that in the Senate, we have had conversation with the Auditor General, and we want to do impact assessments of what is happening with the monies that are being given to counties and also to the national government. So impact assessments will enable us to know whether the livelihoods of men, women, persons with disability are moving up. And then finally, on what we need to do is actually think futuristic. How well are we protecting our future generations? Chair of Session, I don't know whether Kenyans know that between 2016 and 2022, 2.3 million adolescent girls were pregnant. Among these, we had 143,000 10 to 14-year-old pregnant. And the statistics show that averagely 42% of adolescents are experiencing sexual gender-based violence within their homes, in the schools, in the communities, even within the churches. And within, boys and girls are actually suffering sexual violence. But we are burying our heads in the sand. We don't want to give sex education. We don't want to protect these children. When you look at the number of prosecutions, they don't even come to 0.1% of the numbers of those children who are violated. Those of you who are lawyers know having sex with an under 18 is defilement. But we don't have prosecutions around that. So what are we doing? 2.3 million generations destroyed for girls. Are we going to have a women's movement in future? So even as we are thinking through how to bring empowerment, we must not kill our future generations. We need in this country to adopt, to have adolescent medicine. We need to have adolescent-specific programs that are able to work with our girls and boys, because this is the most defining moment of every human being. But in Kenya, we have chosen to ignore it. It is not in the programs. It is not in the policies. In fact, the 10 to 14-year-old are not even in KDHS. They begin from age 15. We know they are pregnant from the information from the facilities, but we don't even factor them in our development tools. I think it is deplorable. So as we think empowerment, we must know that it must mean something for the 10-year-old girl who's watching us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And even as I move on to the next speaker, I want you to really think about what is it that we need to do in terms of an actionable measure that can be put in place. Because at the end of this panel, we hope to have actionable recommendations that county governments and the national government can act upon. This is indeed a national shame. Kenya ranks number 3 globally in teen pregnancies. It is a crisis, and we definitely have to act on it. Coming to you, Ambassador Carla Mukavi. According to the recently launched report on the status of women in agri-food systems, increasing women's empowerment is essential for women's well-being and has a positive impact on agricultural production, food security, diets, and nutrition. And I think, Shaheen, in your presentation, you talked about stunting and poor nutrition also as some of the negative outcomes that we are beginning to see. How is FAO planning to support county governments in the implementation of the recommendations in order to ensure women's empowerment is a consistent policy goal in agri-food systems? And let me also add that we would also like to hear issues around land ownership, because that is also a very contentious issue. And you know, in Kenya, land is very emotive. However, women have been marginalized culturally, traditionally, legally, from land ownership, and it does have an impact on their empowerment. Over to you.
So thank you very much, Daisy, and good afternoon. Really recognizing excellencies, governors, senators, and also fellow panelists. Let me start by saying that, of course, the FAO is the UN special agency that leads the international efforts of defeating hunger and ensuring food security and nutrition as per SDG 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals. But unfortunately, the world is not in track in attaining SDG 2. And because of that, this will really jeopardize the achievement of the entire Sustainable Development Agenda in 2030. Actually, we are 7 years to 2030. And this is also the case of Kenya. Among the factors that really hinder the attainment of the SDGs by 2030 is the slow progress we have made on gender equality and women's empowerment, particularly women's economic empowerment. Actually, I have to say that I have to recognize and really congratulate what Kenya has done, listening really to Governor Wanga, listening to the senator. Those are really gains that we have to emulate. But we still, of course, have a long way to go. Let me say, and going really to the report that is really bringing me here today, that the finding of the report on the status of women in agri-food systems that was launched by FAO this year, this report was also presented in Kenya and really confirms what I'm saying, that we still have a long way to go, particularly because of the slow progress on gender equality and women's economic empowerment. And in fact, agri-food systems that comprehends the entire value chain in the agriculture sector from production to consumption is the major source of livelihoods for women than for men. And if I look at sub-Saharan Africa, and this is what the report is saying, including Kenya, 66% of women's employment is in agri-food systems. Of course, differently with men. Men are 60%. So women are really the majority in agri-food systems in terms of employment. But despite the importance of agri-food systems for women, livelihoods, and of course the welfare of their family, women's role tend to be marginalized, and you put it well, Gladys. And unfortunately, again, their really working conditions are worse than those of men. They are mostly irregular, they are informal, most of them are really part-time, low-skilled, labor-intense, and therefore vulnerable. And in addition to that, women engaged in wage employment in agriculture, they earn 82 cents for every dollar that men earn. Women are also, or they also have a high burden of unpaid care, and you mentioned that, Anna, in your statement. And this, of course, limits their availability and opportunities for education and also for employment. Coming to land, let me say here that women's access to land, so access to input, to services, finance, and also digital technologies, which are really the key assets in agri-food systems, also continue to lag behind. And in fact, most of the technologies available in agri-food systems are not even tailored to fit the woman's need. So this is a challenge. Access and use to land and land ownership continue to be a huge impediment. And here I'm coming rightly to the questions that you raised, Daisy. And I want to say that, for instance, in the case of Kenya, is really less than 2%. So we still really have a long way to go. 2% of women ownership when we talk about land access and land ownership. And with regard to access to land, countries in general have made really considerable progress in terms of legal framework. And here I can also cite, in the case of Kenya, the Kenya 2030 Constitution. The gender, actually, it has been mentioned, the famous gender that rules that no more than 2/3 will be of the same gender. The Land Act, the Land Registration Act, and the Matrimonial Property Act. It really further ensures that, and reinforces that this rule, and really ensures the equality. But unfortunately, implementation is not really happening. Are we really ensuring that this is happening? How can we really reinforce those laws so that we can really see tangible results? And here I want to also add the social and cultural discriminatory barriers that are also an impediment. So those are the issues that really the report is highlighting, and really listening to colleagues, panelists. Those are the issues that we are really raising, that we are still really struggling in order to address them. So we really have this collective responsibility to come together and really address those challenges. Of course, the report also advanced some recommendations to address the findings that I just listed, including, for instance, gender transformative approaches that are cost-effective and that can really change the discriminatory norms at local level. And we are working very closely at the county level with the national government and other partners to address this. Other recommendations, for instance, are close to closing the gap in lender tenure, access to formal child care that is beneficial on mothers' employment, and also introduction of social protection, and Shaheen, you mentioned that, to really increase the resilience of women working in agri-food systems with approach such as the cash transfer and cash plus that as FAO we have been really introducing in our programs. Implementation, of course, implementing those recommendations to close the gap in agri-food systems is not really a matter of urgency, but is really the right thing to do, and it really makes economical sense. So for that to happen, again, really partnership is essential. At FAO, let me say that gender equality and women's economic empowerment is really mainstreamed in our programming and in our monitoring and really reporting. We really measure gender against, of course, our outputs, our outcomes, and indicators. And I understand that this is really what we also aim to see. If we look, of course, at our laws, our frameworks, our regulatory, it's really very, very important. And actually, the Senator was talking about monitoring, which the inclusion is so essential. Of course, so many examples that I could really share, but for the sake of time, I will not do so, that are really showing that we are working towards addressing those challenges at the county level. And of course, I should maybe conclude to say that, but all this should really be deliberate, intentional. We have to make sure that we bring it to our policies. This is the only way we can really close the gap, we can really transform agri-food systems in order to really, they're resilient, they're inclusive, they're sustainable, and of course for the transformations that we aim. Of course, if we have time, I can really come with examples, but I really wanted to present the findings of the reports and to say that we really have to come together to address, because there are still so many challenges, particularly with regards to women in economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carla, for that. And I agree, we need to be intentional. And once again, the issue that Senator Catherine Muma raised of the rule of law, that we actually just implement what the law requires. And that also means that we be intentional. Let me come to you, Madam Grace Wasike. You have heard many of the challenges, many of the benefits, and some of the challenges that have been faced with the various affirmative action measures that the government has put in place. And the Kenya Kwanza government has the bottom-up economic transformation plan, BETA, which focuses on delegating decision-making powers from other levels of governance to the local level. How is the State Department for Gender utilizing the bottom-up economic transformation plan to support county governments to integrate affirmative action into their plans and processes? I will ask you, please, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Session Chair. Allow me, first of all, to convey the apologies of my boss, who is the CS Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Jumwa. So I would just like to ride on to what my fellow panelists have already mentioned, most of the things about affirmative action, but I would wish to just add on to what Senator Muma has defined affirmative action to be. Let us look at Article 260 of the Constitution to also get more information on the definition of affirmative action. It's not about women, but it is a strategy that is supposed to address issues concerning historical injustices of discrimination and other areas. So now to the question about what the ministry is doing with regard to supporting affirmative action plans and processes. The ministry has come up with so many frameworks, including policies, that are supposed to support not only county governments, but also the other government agencies. And one of them is the Intergovernmental Consultative Framework for the Gender Sector. This is a framework that is anchored on the Intergovernmental Relations Act of 2012. Most sectors are supposed to come up with their forum so that we have concerted efforts in the various sectors. So for the gender sector, under this framework, we have gender sector working groups, which have been devolved to the counties. And one of the thematic areas that they're supposed to address is women in leadership and decision making. So we expect that counties will be able to leverage on such a platform to ensure that they reach out to the members of this honorable framework so that they are able to implement their plans and actions to achieve issues of affirmative action. As a ministry, we've also supported counties to come up with various policies, including the gender workplace policies and also policies on sexual and gender-based violence. You realize that we cannot achieve the leadership platform without addressing issues of gender-based violence, as alluded to by my predecessor panelists. So we've supported the counties in terms of technical capacities. Most of them have come up with those policies, gender policies that will be able to guide them on how to implement issues gender. As a State Department for Gender, we've also come up with other documents, including a manual on training women in political leadership, and this was used a lot during the previous elections, where women, almost 2,000 women, benefited from the trainings from various stakeholders and partners, including the State Department for Gender. We've also come up with a strategy on achieving, a strategy on SDG 5, on achieving equality for all women and girls. So this is a strategy that was developed in 2020, and we expect it to run up to 2025, and it will be supporting and guiding government institutions on how that goal should be achieved. Last year, we came up with gender mainstreaming guidelines for the public sector, and we expect that counties make use of this document to analyze their institutions, undertake gender audits, and be able to come up with strategies that will support gender mainstreaming in the counties. We've also had a national women economic empowerment strategy of 2020 to 2025, and this is a document that we are reviewing to align it to the BITA agenda so that it is current. But it has been in place, and we've been disseminating it and ensuring that it is adopted by the various stakeholders. Apart from the unpaid care policy that the country representative for UN Women mentioned, we are also going to come up with a national policy on affirmative action as mandated in the executive order to the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. And lastly, we have, I'm not going to mention all the frameworks, but I've just picked on the key ones. Lastly, this has already been mentioned by Senator Muma about the multi-agency working group, which was constituted by our CS, and it is, like she has mentioned, it is facing some hurdles, but we hope that it will be up and running, and we expect that in the next 6 months, we'll be able to come up with a framework that will be guiding us not only about political positions, but everything about the two-thirds, whether it's in appointive positions, whether elective, anywhere that we need to balance, that framework should be able to guide us. And as the group, the multi-agency group starts its work, we'll be expecting that it anchors most of the provisions on the Constitution, including articles such as the Article 10, Article 27, 81, 97, 98, 100, 175, and 177. I know it is a team that has strong brains, so we'll be expecting a lot from that team. And we hope that we'll be getting an answer on this elusive two-thirds principle that has not been realized since the promulgation of the Constitution. Otherwise, thank you, and I return it to the session chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Grace. And we appreciate the work that the ministry is doing, and we expect some good success. Wangeshi, you have heard many of the challenges, and of course, I've been working to address many of the challenges that have been faced, from gender-based violence, the crisis of teen pregnancies, adolescent health, and women's economic empowerment. We know that one of the affirmative action measures that the government has put in place is AGPO. And while AGPO has the opportunity to be a great game changer, we know that there has been a low uptake and there are very many challenges related to it. You, as a civil society actor crew, what deliberate and strategic support towards increasing access to AGPO, but also addressing some of the challenges like issues around GBV and shelters that are there to house women who have suffered gender-based violence?
Thank you, and I'm very, very delighted to be here. Daisy, that's a very loaded question.
And you have only 5 minutes.
And I only have 5 minutes. But let's start from AGPO. And for me, why AGPO is important, because it's an affirmative action procurement opportunity so that women, people with disability, but also the youth can be able to access. But when you look at, data is the one that really tells us what is happening. When you look at the uptake by women is 8.8%, for the youth is 7%, for people with disability is 1.2%. What does that tell you? That's about 17%. And if you're talking about 30% and we are just above average, then there are issues there. And I think it's good for us to be able to name the issues so that then we can be able to find the solutions. And allow me to reflect on some of the challenges. One of them is around the complex business compliance. We are talking about tax. We are talking about registration. We are talking about the application process. That's already a barrier for women, youth, and people with disability to be able to access that. In the last panel, they talked about corruption. And corruption is manifested in 3 ways. One is that there is constant, the people issuing these tenders are looking for kickbacks, or they are looking for the proportion of the money that is being given for these tenders. But right there is also another layer for women because of sex exploitation. I don't think we even have, do you have a county with a with safeguarding policy? Maybe at the show of hand in the counties in the room, because we are all 47 counties, are there safeguarding policy around issues of sexual harassment? I think we need to investigate whether they do exist. And allow me to quote one of the counties. One of the women told us, the procurement agents, mostly men, usually say, use what you have so that you get what you want. That statement is loaded, because right there is around issues of power, is around, because one person has the power to give this tender, and the other person is coming from a place of disempowerment, and therefore they have to use what they have. What do they have? They have zero. The only thing they have is their body. And really a shame that is happening in our modern day. And then when you look at what kind of business are women and young women and people with disability doing in terms of this tender, it's the lowest of the values. They clean, they supply tea, they supply stationery. Vitu za chini, when you've eaten bread and nakumebaki crumbs, that's what they take. What does that tell you? That the kind of businesses that they are doing, they make very small margin. Never mind that even when they have that tender, to go and get financial support to be able to, they can walk with their tender LPO to a bank and say, I've come with my LPO and I'm looking for financing. First and foremost, the bank classified them as the bank. They are not bankable. They have no credit history. They haven't been able to do business. So how are they ever going to access credit then to be able to supply? And then the final one here is around the amount of time that takes to be paid. It takes 1 year, it takes 2 years, it takes 3 years. Why? I already did the business, just pay me. And right there, also issues of sexual exploitation do happen. So there are many issues and they could go on and on. But what is it that we are doing as an organization? One, we are getting out there to tell women, yes, AGPO exists, but also helping them to navigate all these challenges, including, for example, compliance, because compliance keep coming all the time. And then one other thing that we're doing is to get even into the radio spaces at the community level so that we can be able to talk about the existing of these opportunities. Also very, very important is that we have an open governance partnership where we are looking how do we advocate more so that this process is transparent, this process is fair, and is also accountable. Because when the tender is put out there, how many women get to know? You must be close to power to be able to understand that it does exist. So there is work that needs to be done out there so that more women can be able to access. And then around financial inclusion, and allow me to share a model that we have done, working very closely with 3 partners, supported with MasterCard Foundation, and working with Roots Kenya, but also the Center for Gender and Development. We developed a model because even within the women, there is also another challenges of violence against women and girls. If a woman who is freeing from a home that is violent, she has no title deed, she has nothing she's putting into her name. So we created what we call Jasiri. And Jasiri is a Swahili name that means bold, meaning we must be able to do things that are audacious. 10 years, we can only be talking about audacious things. And we set this fund to be able to work with women who are survivors of violence. It's a guarantee fund hosted by one of the local banks because we also want to work with the banks so that they can be able to change their system and structures. So that if a woman works with a bank and a young woman who has no credit history, who is guaranteeing her to be able to get that fund? So we have been able to support 1,000 women, and we're hoping that we can be able to grow. And the women can be able then to access a fund so that they can be able to run their business. And running their business also comes with financial independence, meaning if she feels she can be able to stay in this relationship, she can stay. If she wants to walk out from a place that is environment, then she's financially able to take care of things. Because a lot of financial dependence also comes with violence. So where are we right now? As we do, they take the money. I think Governor Wanga here closely, she said, don't just give the money. It must be accompanied with business development skills so that then the women can thrive. Because if we don't do that, then we'll be setting them for failure. We are now looking to scale up this work, and we are hoping to come to more counties. We are going to be in 16 counties so that we can be able to work with more women and really be able to challenge so that the women can be able to thrive. Daisy, around county, we have an opportunity there. We have supported Meru County, Isiolo, Narok, Nyeri, Nairobi to put in a policy because we believe once you have a policy, then it moves to the county integrated plan. We are able to move to the budget. I think Governor Wanga put it very well that if you have no budget line, it's very difficult. We just continue. So we need to see the budget line for the counties where these resources are being put. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wangeshi, and congratulations for the great work that you continue to do as an institution to empower women. Now, panelists, we are closing out this panel. And I'm going to come to each and every one of you for an actionable point. An actionable point, here we have county governments, we have senators, we have MCAs, we have decision makers in the room. We want actionable points that we can actually give recommendations that can be acted upon. And I'm going to start with you, Your Excellency, Governor Gladys Wanga. You have heard some of the challenges, and I think you also talked about the audits, when you were giving money, and you are saying the women's group used to be here. Yes, here in the bush. So one of the issues is formalization of business. Wangeshi has talked about the cumbersome process. And while personally, I don't think that we should lower the standard, what we need to do is to build up women's capacity to be able to meet that standard. We should not be lowering standards. We should be equipping them with the necessary skills. And according to your Homa Bay investment booklet, your administration intends to promote women's economic empowerment and by facilitating financial literacy, establishing business incubation hubs, and setting up funds, a special fund for enterprise development for women through loans and grants. So tell us about this. And of course, even as a decision maker in your county and a key decision maker, within the governors, what is it that needs to be done? Is there anything that maybe county governments can do better to actually increase women's economic empowerment? You have 2 minutes.
Wow, 2 minutes. So let me just start.
You can see Professor Karuti is coming here, running.
Oh, God. So in 2 minutes, maybe what I can say is a quick comment on what has been said. Wangeshi, I think, Agpo, what you have missed to say also is even these percentages that are being given, are those people truly living with disability? Who gets paid the money from this Agpo? Are they living with disability? Are they really women? Who are really behind these companies? Because from my research, you find that there are people behind those AGPOs. They take women, even their mothers, their old grandmothers, they register them there, then they're the ones who get the money. So really the big boys and so on continue to get the money from AGPO contracts, even though they say they are AGPO. So that is one thing that we must deal with legislation. Senators are here. We must really tighten who receives the money, who is at the receiving end. Secondly, I want to just say this, and I'm using my 2 minutes quickly, to comment also on the issue of, land ownership and so on for women. And I want to just give a practical example in Homa Bay. We gave seeds to farmers. And when we were giving seeds, I went to the ground. 70% of the people receiving the seeds were women. So they came, and then 30 were men. Then I said we have a maize mop-up program, and we put money that we now want to buy the maize after the bumper harvest. And when I went to launch the maize mop-up, the men were more than the women. And I asked, where is the M-Pesa statement? Because we were paying by M-Pesa. I want to see the M-Pesa statement of the payments we've made. 70% of the payments were going to men in the M-Pesa payments. So who's selling the maize? The men. Who was planting the maize? The women. So there is an imbalance around that we must deal with. And then also make a final comment and just say that Homa Bay, we are very blessed because on the leadership front, we have 3 women MPs out of the 8 constituencies. We have the women rep, we have a nominated woman senator, we have a woman governor. So we are really moving forward on this. And we thank the people of Homa Bay for believing in the leadership of women in terms of moving this forward. And I want to thank Honorable Muma because she was the chair of our elections committee. And she said, any woman who is on a seat is getting a direct ticket. So she really helped in terms of moving that forward. Our senator is here. She's one of the biggest women supporters there. And then just coming back to, what account is doing, and I'd already said this, in terms of policy and regulatory framework, I think it's already been mentioned, within our CIDPs, within our ADPs, within our sectoral plans, have we put these issues? And then have we translated them into budgets? Because without budget, really, even if you have a beautiful plan, it will go nowhere. And I'd just like to say in Homa Bay, we've put 80 million for an enterprise development fund to look for women traders and see how to support them. We've put 40 million for border funds to also look at the youth. We've put money for purposes of inclusion of persons living with disability, giving them assistive devices and tools of trade. That is money following the policies that we've put in place. You already spoke about financial literacy, which is a big thing. And then we must deal with the barriers. And I'm just saying this because in Homa Bay, and it was said, the triple threat of HIV, infection, gender-based violence, and teenage pregnancies. We are number 2 to Narok as far as teenage pregnancies are concerned. We are, among the leaders. And this teenage pregnancy, it's a story only when you see the paper. I go to facilities every day. And every time I walk into a facility, like clockwork, there will be a child delivering a child. Like clockwork. You cannot miss a 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 12-year-old, 11-year-old. So we must deal with it. And what we are doing is working on a framework together with our other partners, NAC and LVST and many partners, EGPAF and so on, to come up with a policy framework. And we are launching it, I think, next week when there is a Maisha conference, so that we can see how to deal with the triple threat of teen. And we have a governor's mentorship camp where we bring in girls and walk with the girls, the journey of where we need to go. I see many counties here. Governor Otichilo was here. We have county nutrition action plans, which we have to follow as far as, nutrition is concerned. And also right now, we are beginning to implement, FLOCA programs, putting women at the center of climate action. Because climate change also affects disproportionately the women. I don't know, I've done 2 minutes. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And we want to appreciate you for the work that you're doing and giving visibility to women's leadership. We've seen your kazi yako inaonekana, and we celebrate you and all the women who are so visible. Even though we are still the minority in leadership, you people are showcasing just what women can do. Congratulations and thank you. Let me come to you, Senator Catherine Muma. You know, we have talked about the issue of teen pregnancy, but still, I've not heard an actionable point here. Her Excellency Gladys Wanga has just talked about, you go to the delivery room and you are not going to miss a child. And somehow we still are not, angry enough or even ashamed enough as a nation to put in place measures to rescue these girls and to rescue our country, because the implications for us as a society are grave, because this is about the future. You're talking about 2.3 million generations. You are the one who mentioned them. And the longer a girl stays in school, the development outcomes are better. Personal outcomes and development outcomes. I want from you, in 2 minutes,
thank you very much.
Actionable point. This is something we must do so that when we come back for the next Devolution conference, we talk about the strides because of what was done.
That will be my last point on that particular one. But here are my actionable points. One, I think we need to introduce an inclusion and impact assessment tool for the Devolution conference, so that we came here, the governors have told us what they're doing. We need now the senators and MCAs to lead a sector that can come up with an impact and inclusion assessment tool, so that 2 years from now, we will be able to score the counties on how well they have done on inclusion, on how well they have done on impacts on these other people. I think if we do that, we will actually be moving forward. 2, we need to build capacities of actors at different levels in order to deliver on what we're saying. I can assure you this conversation has been had for the last 20 years. I can assure you I've been there. So what can we do for implementers in counties to understand how to integrate gender, how to integrate disability, how to integrate inclusion in order to do what we are saying every year that they should do? So we need capacities at that level. We need capacities among those of us who are oversighting to also understand our job. You don't get conferred with capacities on oversight because you are elected. So we need to also create a space where, and senators are already beginning on this, we want to collaborate with county assemblies in order to strengthen our oversight function and for it to be well-resourced so that we are also able to do our part as oversight. We need to also, now I'd like to advise governors, the issue of having a gender department that is purportedly the only one working on gender is a bad idea. We need your Department of Trade, your Department of Agriculture, your Department of Finance to demonstrate how well it is integrating matters, gender, youth, disability, marginalized areas in its budget. That's the only way we can actually say we are implementing. We also need to strengthen the intergovernmental relations between national county governments, county and county, in order to see how best to have the best policy at the national level, to roll out that policy at the county level. For the Senate, we need, I think you may have not heard this being said in this conference, all laws predating 2010, over 100 laws and regulations have actually not been amended. We were not able to do that within the CIC period because I served in the CIC. So we have laws with parastatals carrying out county functions. We have and resources being wasted. We need all those laws to be amended to align with devolved governance. And we are aware development partners are supporting other people, but they're not supporting the Senate. to be able to do this. And yet the Senate will be the one moving this. So we need a concentrated effort to review all those laws, even as we are trying to get the system right. On the issue of adolescent health, we need to bring together the different multi-sectoral actors to think together, because we are acting in silos. We imagine that the adolescent, we come up with a design for adolescent pregnancy, we come up with another one for education, but this is the same individual. They need correct sex education, and if our churches feel we cannot do sex education because we are being influenced by the West, let us get the churches to develop for us the correct curriculum for Kenya. But let's have that. Let's not deny our children sex education, but allow the free internet for them to access pornographic sites. What are we doing? We are actually not working on this. So what can we do? We would need an adolescent health policy that is being implemented, not a paper policy. We need the medical training to actually hive out and start working on adolescent medicine. We need the education sector to actually include adolescent health as part of the skills development. We need internal security, Professor Kindiki, to be able to issue circulars to his chiefs, not to allow a lot of sexual violence within the homes go through the cracks because they are taking deals from those who are perpetrating. We need the Minister for ICT to do something about the internet that is facilitating access to pornography and cybercrime that is actually targeting our children. I know of a story of a person's daughter who was actually lured on the internet and had taken money at home and traveled and had reached Tanzania, going to meet a boyfriend somewhere in Southern Africa. I know people who actually have complained about their children on the internet. Are we doing anything about that? No. But every time somebody talks about sex education, we are all up in arms. We don't want sex education. We need to wake up and do something about all of that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator Catherine Muma. We need to do something about it. Anna, 2 minutes, strictly 2 minutes. 1 minute. Advancing cross-sector partnerships between governments, the UN family, UN women, working with civil society, private sector, and other key stakeholders. How are you strengthening? What will you do towards strengthening gender perspectives, addressing these issues that we're talking about, the triple threat? What do we need to do around women's economic empowerment, AGPO? Because I know that UN Women are keen on women's economic empowerment, and of course the issue of unpaid care work, which I think is a devolved issue. I mean, the devolved governments have a central role in playing. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Your question took longer than 2 minutes. All right. No, I'll be very, very quick. I'll try to be very, very quick. The first issue, I think, for us is to ensure that counties have the data that they need to be able to make decisions on all of these issues we've talked about. So the centrality of data. And I think that's what the UN system that's supporting devolution programs is really fixated with. Are we ensuring that you have the data you need and be able to analyze it and be able to draw decisions from that data? So that's our number one support. Ensuring availability, accessibility, analysis, and use of data. So we have invested quite a lot with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, but also with the county governments that we are working with to make sure the data is there, is available from a gender perspective. So we paint the picture for you from a gender and child and disability perspective. But what we have seen is the lack of capacity then to use that data. So, you know, you produce a whole meal, a banquet, but then uptake is very, very small. So I think that's the next stage we need to get to. What do we make of this data that is now available in my county do we have the capacity to understand, analyze it, and use it to inform the policy decisions, the budgets, the plans, and so on? The second issue is, I think, what has been so well articulated by both Senator and Governor here, and it's the issue of gender-responsive budgeting. We have the public finance management systems for budgeting, for expenditure tracking, and for reporting. I think there is also a cabinet memo to this effect that where we have mapped out what the issues on gender equality are, we need to follow them up with appropriate budgets. We need to be able to report on those issues, how much was spent and with what impact, right? And then really institutionalize how we do all of this. So I think that we need to step up on our issue of spending for gender equality, because as they say, you put your money where your mouth is, right? So I think the Senator has just spoken very well on the issue of teenage pregnancy. I will not try to add any more to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. To you, Carla, one actionable point.
Thank you very much. A lot has been said, but again, to really implement the recommendations, we need to review the laws that we have and improve them, and of course, establish the new ones that they can really target the challenges that we face. So let's look at that. But for that to happen, again, I agree, funding. Funding is really critical. If I look at the agri-food systems again, His Excellency the President on his inaugural speech, he spoke about really to unlock the potentials in agriculture. And to unlock those potentials, we have land, we have a market, and we have a vibrant workforce, women and youth. But we can only do that if we really fund. With less than 10% that we have agreed in Malabo, we cannot really create all those, let's say, infrastructures that we need. Irrigation is really so important, climate smart agriculture. So really funding is essential. And I also want to add that it's really important that we create really opportunities for peer-to-peer really learning, creating those spaces. As we implement our project as FAO, we really make sure that we create the spaces where the communities, with the leaders, they come, they share, they raise those issues. And we have seen that in those cases, even GBV really reduced and other challenges that we face. So I think this is data. Actually, it's really essential. We cannot really measure what we don't account for, and really establishing tools so that we can track the progress. It's really critical.
Thank you so much, Carla. To Mr. Haroon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
One actionable point.
Yeah, full implementation of disability categorization assessment guidelines, which is now a fully devolved function, a policy guidelines from Ministry of Health. As a council, we have already trained all county directors of health, 47 out of 47, and over 300, members of that team. And since this is the most important thing insofar as data is concerned, there is activity, there is function there that county government need to really pick it up so that we can have accurate data. Right now, the conversation is at the COG, the Secretariat with us, and a few times also with the COG Health Committee. We want the county governors to make it a resolution and to cascade it down that this is a requirement. And then county disability framework. Many counties don't have county disability framework or county laws. Few of them have. Like Wajir, for example. The other day, Shaheen and I were in Wajir, and the county government of Wajir probably, interestingly, came up with a law, and they have allocated 40 million, and they're implementing cash transfer program of over 8,000, 4,000, even double what national government. That's what we really need to look at, so that even in areas where the counties, there is no MCAs or there is no that maybe goodwill or whatever, for lack of a better word, that legal framework can help them. Because government also has introduced amendment to the Disability Act that created National Council, for example. The only piece of law which has not conformed with the current constitution. And in that bill that is already with the National Assembly and also with the Senate, there is a whole chapter in the county, making it that there is a clear framework on how matters disability will be addressed. We had also a conversation, I have to mention there, with Prime Cabinet Secretary on issues of performance indicator. There's a bill that's also coming on public performance indicator, which also includes the touches on county government, that indicator around disability in public service delivery will be a mandatory. And finally, disability is on rise. I have to say this. It's not from the traditional causes like polio or measles, because of advance in health, those who are fixed, or because of accident. I'm using this wheelchair because of road accident. Diabetes is maiming a lot. Stroke, cancer, name it. So we don't want, a lot of people to be disabled, but in the event one finds himself there, let us work collectively to make our world a better place for all of us. And the civility of the society, of any nation, or any leadership, is measured by history taught us how we embrace the causes of those who are at margins or at periphery in our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said, Mr. Harun. Wangeshi, 1 minute.
Wow.
Your actionable point.
Thank you, Daisy. I think for me, we have an opportunity because we already have a prototype policy around issues of gender, because gender is around issues of inclusion. If we're able to have all our 47 counties having a gender policy, the counties that don't have, they develop, they resource, and fully implement. I will also talk about issues of implementation of two-thirds, and implementation of two-thirds at the county level. We know for the MCAs is already done deal. But when it comes to the appointee, and I'm speaking to the governors in the room, Your Excellence, that's a place that is very, very easy to be able to get the women. And then this gender CC, it's loaded with many things. It's usually gender, culture, education. Wow, it's mouthful. That office needs to be resourced, because if you are really going to be meaningful in change, it cannot be loaded, because those things are too many to be handled by one person. And then let it also be elevated so that it can be able to get the resources that it does require. And finally, working with the MCAs, I think let's support them in terms of their legislation role, their oversight role, but also representation. Because at the end of the day, this is about inclusion, it's about leaving no one behind, and it's about prosperity of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wangeshi. Madam Grace Wasike, although you are also the one to take action, perhaps yours is not an actionable point, but more a commitment, what you commit yourselves to do.
Okay, thank you, Daisy. So I'll just add on to what the rest have said, that we need to have gender mainstreamed in the CIDPs for counties, because we realize that most counties are not integrating gender in the CIDPs. And we'd also wish that the gender sector working groups are supported at the county level, because we realize that they're having issues with especially financial support. And lastly, I would like to urge the counties to help us as a ministry to spread the good gospel of the Re-Engineered Women Enterprise Fund, because this is a fund that is now online and it is moving very fast. It was rolled out 1st of July. But right now we have almost 400 million which has been disbursed, compared to what previously used to be disbursed in 1 month. We are almost double that number. But our worry is that maybe there are women out there who are not able to access the fund. Until we do an analysis after the first quarter to know who is actually getting that fund, we'll not be able to tell whether the far-flanked counties, women are able to access that fund. So my request to the county governments is to help us sensitize the women on the availability and accessibility of that fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I have the QR code for the report, a very interesting report with so much data that can really inform our decisions. So I just want to say that it's available. I will share as we come down.
So maybe Council of Governors will do that. Shaheen, your final point? 1 minute.
Right. I think a lot's been said already. For me, the first thing is to start where we are or where we left. So it is about implementing the existing policies, facilities and practices. But also what is important is we need to walk the talk, and the time is now. Primarily, as all the governor and parliamentarians and others spoke about it, is to ensure it's not just enough to say that it has been included into the plan. Budgets need to follow, then we need to see the expenditures, and ultimately it is about the results and impacts that needs to be taken to scale. In terms of the recommendations that has already been laid out, I would like to emphasize the whole issue about the recommendations that was handed over yesterday by the pre-conference, children's pre-conference recommendations needed to be also looked into it. There's some of the issues that the distinguished panel members have pointed out is something around mental health, teenage pregnancy, a whole lot of issues that has been spoken about it. And the last thing is about across sectors, as Madam mentioned about it, across sectors in the CIDPs, we need to ensure the indicators do reflect the issue of inclusion. And finally, the performance contract must also mention about what are the leadership doing about in the respective counties with respect to walking the talk. Over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big hand for our panelists. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to be here for this important discussion. Affirmative action is a very important discussion, and thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you.
Taifa na ule wa Jumuiya Mashariki studio.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Your Excellency, sir, with your kind permission, ladies and gentlemen, may we all be seated. I wish to invite Dr. Mbarali Kemoy to lead us in a word of prayer. Dr. Mbarali.
Let us pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wal asr. Innal insana lafi khusr. Illa alladhina amanu wa amilu salihat. Wa tawasaw bil haqq. Wa tawasaw bis sabr. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Speaker of Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, and also the Kirinyaga Governor, High Excellency Anne Waiguru, all governors and leadership of COG, all senators, all principal secretaries present, all organizers, national and international partners, county government officers, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, sir, it is indeed a great pleasure to host you during this 8th Devolution Conference that marks and takes stock of 10 years of devolution with the theme Driving Transformation from the Local Level with the county governments at the center of economic development. Your Excellency, sir, this ceremony this afternoon with all members present has been a successful week-long event that has culminated with a lot of solution-seeking, way forward, and of course, sharing best practices across all 47 counties across this country, Your Excellency. At this juncture, we will be hearing more of the resolutions and also the input from various stakeholders presented here. And at this juncture, I wish to invite our host governor, Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B., to make his welcoming remarks and get us through the next program. Your Excellency, sir.
Asante sana, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of Kenya. Let me adopt the protocol as it has been since we began this meeting. And all the people, good afternoon. Chamge. Now today, I stand before you as your host governor, filled with gratitude as we reflect upon an outstanding devolution conference that has left an indelible mark on our hearts. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Gachagua, to our County of Champions. And I've been telling everybody, karibu, 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 and I'm told we are closing the meeting and I'm still saying karibuni. On behalf of Uasin Gishu County Government, I extend a heartfelt thank you to all the participants who have embraced the spirit of this conference and contributed to its resounding success. The intentional theme, 10 years of devolution, the present and the future, has not only been a guiding light, but has become a reality that we can all proudly celebrate. Throughout our intensive engagements, we have delved into the remarkable strides and gains that have shaped our devolved units. Equally important, we have confronted the challenges that continue to impede our progress. What is truly heartening is that we have not only identified these hurdles, but have also crafted pragmatic solutions and that are tailored to overcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this captivating and enlightening conference, I am compelled to acknowledge the abundance of fruitful engagements we have witnessed. To our delegates and visionary leaders, it is my sincere hope that our hospitality has proven to be a gracious host to you all. As we approach the conclusion, it is our hope that our efforts have not only met but exceeded your expectations. I hope I'm saying the truth. Leaving you with a sense of reality that mirrors on our own. This timely conference has woven itself into the fabric of our country's narrative. And for this, we are profoundly thankful. Even Mama Mboga and the humble border industry have felt the reverberation of your presence, underscoring the tangible impact of devolution in its purest form. Your Excellency, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Council of Governors, led by indomitable Governor Anne Waiguru, as chairperson, and the tireless efforts of CEO Mary Mwiti. The exceptional leadership has truly set the standard for excellence. And I just learned that Waiguru is the 5th chair after when we started the devolution. think the first one was Ruto, Isaac, and then Wells, and then another one. And then the last one, the fourth one was Nanok, and then you are the fifth. And you are in the fifth city, which is coming to be very soon, and we have the fifth president from this backyard. Today, in expressing our appreciation, I also extend sincere gratitude to the state, led by our President, His Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, and to our Deputy President, present today, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Today's joint communique reflecting the spirit of unity and collaboration makes the inception of our collective journey towards implementing our comprehensive report. To every participant who has invested time, knowledge, and energy in this conference, your contributions are invaluable. Together, we are not merely shaping our better future for our devolved units, but we are carving a legacy of progress and prosperity. In conclusion, let us all carry the torch ignited by this conference with us, fostering collaboration, progress, and unshakable belief that the future holds boundless possibilities in our counties, with a firm belief that devolution is here to stay and devolution works. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Allow me to invite our Vice Chair, COG, to read the resolutions of this conference. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana.
Our chief guest, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, may I also take this opportunity to welcome you to be our chief guest and to close this conference for us in line with the practice of the devolution conferences we've had. We are happy and glad that you've found time to be with us here today. Your Excellency, mine is to read the joint communique. So this is the joint communique at the end of the Devolution Conference 2023, held from 15th to 19th of August 2023 at Eldoret Sports Club, Uasin County. Preamble. The Devolution Conference 2023 was held from 15th to 19th August 2023 at Eldoret Sports Club, Uasin County. The conference was convened jointly by the Office of the Deputy President, represented by the State Department of Devolution, the Council of Governors, the Senate, the host county, Uasin, and the County Assemblies Forum. These marked the beginning of the biennial devolution conferences. The devolution conference made the following resolutions in line with the theme of 10 years of devolution, the present and the future, and the sub-theme, driving transformation from local level, county government as the center of economic development. Resolution number 1, both levels of government, development partners, and the private sector shall in all sectors synergize their efforts and adopt a coordinated approach to partnerships and implementation of projects and programs to avoid multiplicity of efforts. And the action is national government, county government, development partners, private sector. 2, county government shall support adoption and scaling up of creative resolutions. County government shall adopt, I read that again, county government shall support adoption and scaling up of creative solutions by providing a conducive environment and incubation centers through budgetary allocation and technical support. Action, county governments, development partners, private sector. 3, both levels of government shall review the legislative framework to enhance the autonomy of county assemblies to strengthen their oversight role. Action, Senate, National Assembly, Council of Governors, State Department of Devolution, and County Assemblies Forum. 4, the national government shall create a policy framework for anchoring digitization to support operationalization of programs in all sectors, including health, agriculture, trade, and blue economy. Action, Ministry of ICT, Council of Governors, county governments, private sector. 5, both levels of government shall ensure proper coordination between the ICT departments to ensure full automation of supportive departments such as security, energy, water, and transport, among others. Action, Ministry of ICT, Council of Governors, county governments, and the private sector. 6, county governments shall ensure their own source revenue through supportive policies and automation of systems in order to enhance transparency in revenue collection. Action, the National Treasury, Kenya Revenue, Council of Governors, and the Senate. 7, both levels of government shall enhance and sustain performance management as a tool of strengthening effective service delivery. Action, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, National Government Ministries, Departments and Agencies, Council of Governors, and county governments. 8, both levels of government shall explore entrenching division of revenue between the national and county governments on the projected budget for the year as opposed to using the last audited accounts. Action, Council of Governors, county governments, the Senate, National Assembly, and the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA. 9, thank you. 9, Parliament shall fast-track the enactment of various laws before both houses that support the devolved functions in all sectors. Action, Senate, National Assembly, and county assemblies. 10, all devolved functions currently being carried out by national government ministries, agencies, and departments shall be transferred to the county governments within 60 days, together with the attendant resources. Action, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, the Council of Governors, all ministries, departments, and agencies. 11, both levels of government shall promote transparency and accountability through multi-pronged, innovative approaches within the existing policy framework. Action, Commission on Administrative of Justice, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, county governments, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Office of the Auditor General, and Office of the Controller of Budget. 12, both levels of government shall promote economic empowerment of the marginalized groups by adhering to the statutory reporting guidelines on the opportunities created for the marginalized groups through the Access to Government Procurement Opportunities, AGBO. Action, all ministries, departments, and agencies, county governments, Council of Governors, National Treasury, and the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. 13, both levels of government shall design programs to facilitate the prevention and elimination of gender-based violence and promote the reintegration of teenage mothers into the formal school system. Action, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Art, Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Health, county governments, development partners. On housing planning and urban development, resolution number 14. Both levels of government shall fast-track regularization, automation, documentation, and registration of land, while also bridging the gender gap in land ownership. Action. Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, county governments, Council of Governors, Development Partners, and the Ministry of ICT. 15. Both levels of government shall review or develop frameworks to facilitate provision of green housing, including the housing policy, the national land policy, energy planning standards, and county-specific policies on land and housing. Action. Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, county governments, Council of Governors, Development Partners, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, the Senate, and the National Assembly. 16. A framework shall be developed to establish and operationalize the National Urban Development Fund as provided for in the National Urban Development Policy. Action. Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, the National Treasury, Senate, county governments, Council of Governors, and the development partners. On investments, resolution number 17, a database of all micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, shall be developed to promote linkages between the investors and the MSMEs. Action. Micro and small enterprises organizations, the Council of Governors, private sector, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. 18. Both levels of government shall engage and harmonize investment initiatives in line with their development plans. Action. Micro and small enterprises organizations, Council of Governors, private sector, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. On the blue economy sector, resolution number 19, both levels of government shall align county blue economy policies to the national blue economy policy that was adopted from the blue economy concept of the African Union. Action. Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, county governments, and the Council of Governors. 20. Both levels of government shall increase investment in research and development to improve efficiencies in the blue economy sector. Action. Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, county governments, the Council of Governors, development partners, and the private sector. On health service delivery, resolution number 21, county governments shall increase investments in primary health care, including community health care services, in order to step up preventive and promotive health services. Action. Council of Governors, county governments, and the national government. 22. County governments shall strengthen collaboration between public and non-state actors in health for resource optimization and improved service delivery. Action. Council of Governors, county governments, development partners, faith-based organizations within the health sector, and private sector actors. Resolution number 23, efforts to eliminate disease-based and align health programs in order to reduce duplication, build efficiencies, and strengthen one integrated health system shall be heightened. Action. Council of Governors, county governments, the national government, and private sector, and development partners as well. On strengthening of food systems, resolution number 24, agriculture shall be prioritized by investing 10% of budgets at both levels of government into food systems. Action. Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, county governments, private sector, development partners. Number 25, county governments shall develop innovative products to ensure farmers get access to credit facilities and attract the youth to engage in farming action by county governments, private sector, and development partners. 26, the National Treasury shall rationalize the taxes on agricultural goods to make them more competitive in the market. Action, National Treasury, Ministry of Trade and Livestock Development, county governments, private sector, development partners, and the Council of Governors. On green economy transition in counties, resolution number 27, a paradigm shift in the production systems shall be explored and resources secured by mapping the resources and developing a national resource register, undertaking economic evaluation, putting in management systems, and creating incentives to better conserve the environment. Action, Ministry of Water, National Treasury, county governments, development partners, private sector. Resolution number 28, both levels of government shall engage with indigenous communities for intergenerational knowledge transfer through climate change storytelling. Action, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, county governments, private sector, development partners, and the Council of Governors. Resolution number 29, both levels of government shall invest in alternative sources and promote farm forestry and incentives to grow trees at community level. Action, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, county governments, private sector, development partners, and the Council of Governors. On empowering youth for inclusive economic growth, resolution number 30. Both levels of government shall enable a conducive environment for youth to carry out business by ensuring reasonable fees and levies for permits, especially for content creators wishing to access and use public spaces. Action, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, county governments, private sector, development partners. Resolution number 31. Both levels of government shall address mental health issues rampant among youth arising from issues that affect them, such as drugs, suicide, abuse, unemployment, domestic violence, by developing and implementing already existing frameworks. Action is required of Ministry of Health, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, county governments, the private sector, and development partners. On the recommendations of the Children's Conference 2023, the communique that arose from the Children's Conference, as read by the Children's Governor and Deputy Governor yesterday, is adopted as is, and the resolutions will be implemented by the stakeholders identified. And that communique is annexed herein. Further details of the resolutions captured herein will form part of the final conference report. The implementation of the above resolutions shall be monitored and reported by all stakeholders every 6 months over the next 2 years, and progress reported during the next devolution conference. Action is required on that on the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Chair of the Council of Governors. Finally, the next biennial devolution conference shall be held in 2025 at a venue and a date that will be communicated after consultation with all stakeholders. This communique is signed by the Honorable Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency FCP Ahmed Abdullahi, co-chair of the first biennial Devolution Conference and the vice chair of the Council of Governors, the Right Honorable Amason Kingi, EGH, co-chair of the first biennial Devolution Conference and the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Philemon Sebulei, chairperson, County Assemblies Forum. I thank you all. Your Excellency, next I will invite on stage the Senator of Nyandarua County, Honorable John Matthew, representing the Senate Majority Leader. Honorable John Matthew.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Amason Jeffa Kingi, the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Governor Anne Waiguru, the Honorable Governors present, my colleague members of Parliament, both from the Senate and the National Assembly, the Honorable Speakers and members of the County Assemblies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and representatives of the development partners and agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am reading these remarks on behalf of the leader of the Majority Leader of the Senate, Senator Aaron Cheriot, and I wish to make the following remarks. It gives me great honor and privilege to have been part of the Devolution Conference 2023. I would like to take this earliest opportunity to congratulate the Council of Governors, the Senate, the National Assembly, members of the county assemblies, development partners and agencies, resource persons and all stakeholders for making this conference a success. I would also wish to extend my utmost gratitude to the host governor of Uasin Gishu and the great people of Uasin Gishu who have made our time here very memorable. When the history of Kenya is written, the revolutionary role of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which sets us on the path of devolution, will be a seminal chapter in the Kenyan history. In essence, there is Kenya before devolution and Kenya after devolution. 10 years on, we have seen the immense political, social, and economic impact that devolution has had on the lives of the people of Kenya. The transformation is evident, and as Kenyans, we ought to take pride in the tremendous achievements enabled by devolution. Your Excellency, this conference, from this conference, various pertinent issues have been canvassed. Valuable lessons and experiences have been shared. Opportunities have been identified and areas of improvement have been noted. As a partner in the devolution journey and the foremost protector of counties' interests in the national level, the Senate has taken note of the resolutions that have emerged from the various discussions at the plenary and in the sector breakaway sessions. Some of the key issues which would require intervention by the Senate would include: number one, ensuring the equitable allocation to county government is enhanced and dispersed within statutory timelines. Number two, the transfer of all outstanding functions and resources by the national government. Your Excellency, we are very happy that that is not contested. The President has agreed to that, and the Council has agreed to it. Number three is enhancing the financial autonomy of the county assemblies to improve their oversight and accountability, among other proposals, which again is uncontested. Additionally, there were several proposals for legislation which include a framework to enhance county-owned source revenue. One of the proposals in this regard was to encourage counties to leverage on non-traditional revenue resources, among them grain bonds. A review on the legal framework on the public-private partnerships to respond to the needs of the counties. Number three, a framework on performance management in the county public service to improve service delivery. Number four, a framework on funding and execution of shared functions between the two levels of government, among other proposals. Your Excellency, sir, and my colleague delegates, some of the sector-specific proposals that call for the intervention of the Senate will include: number one, engaging Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, and the county government in setting minimum standards for electricity and gas reticulation, which is a devolved function under the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Number 2 is developing a harmonized policy on digitization to facilitate service delivery, digital entrepreneurship, efficiency and effectiveness of the government. Tied to this, it emerged that there is a need to put up a place in the legislative framework to protect critical infrastructure, for example, telecommunication masts and fiber optic cables which are repeatedly vandalized. Number 3 is putting in place a legislation to promote the government housing agenda. And finally, harmonization and integration of taxes, licenses, and levies by the county, at the county level. Many of the proposals emerging from this forum are in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the government, which at its core seeks to, among others, reduce the cost of living, increase employment, incentives in investment and production, enhance tax base for more revenue, and increase foreign exchange earnings. We can all agree that devolution is the catalyst for Kenya to unlock its full potential and accelerate development. The Senate will continue to advocate for adequate financing of the county governments, passage of enabling legislations, and full transfer of devolved functions and attendant resources. Additionally, the Senate undertakes to prioritize the resolutions emerging from this forum and to work with all stakeholders to realize the dream of devolution. Success of the next phase of devolution will be majorly dependent on the good governance structures. The Senate will continue to exercise its oversight role over funds allocated to counties to ensure that the objects of devolution espoused in the Article 74 of the Constitution are met. Your Excellency, sir, in conclusion, I urge all Kenyans and the media to be patriotic and emulate the U.S. Ambassador to Kenya, Meg Whitman, in speaking good about our country. Kenya is our home. Kenya is our home. Do not get distracted by those who condemn the friends of Kenya. Do not keep quiet. Do not shut up. Stand up for Kenya. Stand up for your motherland. Kenya is on the move. With those very few remarks, Your Excellency, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Methu. Your Excellency, next I'll call upon His Excellency Governor Stephen Sang, Governor of Nandi County, and the Whip of the Council of Governors to give a vote of thanks.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Governors, colleagues, all our delegates, my responsibility is very brief to give a vote of thanks. First, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Council of Governors to first and foremost thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, for honoring our invitation and being present during this conference. Your commitment and zeal to the success of devolution is appreciated. The Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Kingi, we want to appreciate and thank you for your commitment, participation, and leadership in ensuring that this conference is a success. May I also extend our appreciation to Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for continuously honoring our invite for the last 8 years of the Devolution Conference. Allow me in a special way to recognize the exemplary work by the steering committee, the planning committee, and all the other stakeholders represented here. You took your time to meticulously plan for this special event that led to a very successful conference. Asanteni sana. A special thank you to the host governor, Jonathan B., and your team from Uasin Gishu County Government for your warm hospitality. We leave Uasin Gishu County with fond memories, having enjoyed mursik and a vibrant nightlife as you had promised us. To fellow governors, our esteemed senators, our valued deputy governors, our speakers, our members of the county assemblies, thank you for staying on through the discussions. I hope the delegates were able to interact with all of us closely. We also are grateful to the national government representatives led by the CSS, the PSS, and top government officials who put in resources and took time to participate and contribute in the discourse that will shape the agenda for the next 2 years. We value your presence and support and contributions. Asanteni sana. To the Senate football team, our worthy competitors who showed Devolution family that it takes commitment, practice, discipline to emerge champions on the course. We are still waiting for the investigations on how you beat us to be concluded, but what we can promise you is that we will be back bigger, better, and stronger in the next Devolution conference. And Your Excellency, part of the suggestions that have been given about that curtain raiser in the next Devolution conference is that it is good for us, even as we do our pre-conference events, that we observe the constitutional dictates so that we compare and pair mangoes with mangoes, oranges with oranges. So we are going to have 2 teams in the next Devolution conference. The Senate will square it out with the county assemblies in the counties, and then the COG will square it out with your office and the constitutional commissions. So Your Excellency, the Deputy President, prepare for that match. We will sort you out at the national government at the executive level so that then the senators can deal with the county assembly, so that legislators can work with the legislators, the executive can deal with themselves at that level. To our sponsors, we cannot thank you enough. We could not have held this conference successfully without your immense support and partnership. Our platinum sponsors, USAID, KCB, Amrev Health Africa, and Safaricom, asanteni sana. To our gold plus sponsors, FAO and EU, asanteni sana. Our gold sponsors, CPF and UNICEF, we appreciate you. Our silver sponsors, Love Fund, KEMSA, and Kenya Pipeline, we appreciate your support. Our bronze sponsors, Cooperative Bank, UNAIDS, UNDP, and AGRA, asanteni sana. Category sponsors, World Bank, Communications Authority, Tony Blair Institute, Medotronic Labs, and NITA, and all other partners, including UN Women, National Bank, Farm Access, Media Council of Kenya, EcoBank, CBM, EPRA, KNCCI, UKAID, represented by ACT, JPIEGO, UN Habitat, Campaign Coalition, World Health Organization, Moi University, KenGen, Jambojet, Kenya Airways, and the National Syndemic Disease Control Council, asanteni sana. To the partners who supported the Devolution Warrior Awards, Kericho Gold, and Carter Watches, Lux and Alua, Plain Chick, thank you so much. To Eldoret Sports Club for the lovely grounds that you gave us and the full support during the conference, tunasema asanteni sana. To Hill School, thank you for providing us with ample parking space and space to register all the over 9,000 guests this year, asanteni sana. To our vendors and suppliers, you kept us with our demands during the preparations, but also stood with us. You have been patient with us. We are truly grateful for your dedication for the last few days. We appreciate you, and asanteni sana. To all our delegates, you are truly friends of Devolution. We will not, and we do not take it for granted. Please receive our deepest and sincere gratitude this conference would not have been successful without your presence and participation. Pigia makofi to all our delegates. It is the rich discussions here that have led to the comprehensive communique that has just been read. Our task now is to follow up and keenly work towards implementation of those resolutions. Devolution must continue to work. Again, thank you all for your contributions to the first biannual Devolution Conference. As you depart your various destinations, may the Almighty God go before you. Kongoi, Kongoi, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Governor Sang. Your Excellency, next I'll invite the Speaker of the Senate, the Right Honorable Amason Kingi, to make his remarks. Mr. Speaker.
As cited by the speakers who spoke before me, and proceed to make my remarks. However, Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to make my remarks in Swahili. Wahenga walinena wakasema kwamba kupanda ngoma si ngoma, ngoma ni kushuka mchongoma. Na pia wahenga wakarudi wakasema kwamba mchamaago hanyeli, huenda kawia papo. Now, Your Excellency, if you're still with me, I'll proceed in Swahili. But clearly from the facial expressions in the entire hall, I've lost all of you. And I wouldn't want to lose you at the beginning of my remarks. So allow me to go back to my written English speech. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For the 3 days we have been here, we have reminded ourselves of the eventful journey of devolved governance in the last decade, and indeed laid an elaborate strategies on how to take devolution to the next level. Nothing best exemplifies your dedication as champions of devolution than the commitment you have exhibited the entire duration of this conference. The 8th Devolution Conference, as intended, has provided us with an opportunity to commemorate the milestone in our 10-year devolution journey, identify challenges, and seek to formulate appropriate responses as we rekindle our commitment to the devolution cause. Throughout this conference, we have participated in engagements as broadly outlined in 5 thematic areas, but crystallized in the following key objectives. 1, to assess and propose measures that county governments can adopt to enhance transformative service delivery for improved citizens' livelihoods and a stronger business environment. 2, examine the benefits of adopting technology and digitization and the potential impact on economic development, and discuss strategies for promoting innovation and digital transformation in the devolved context. 3, to reflect on the trends and challenges that have been experienced in financing the devolved sector and recommend innovative approaches for sustainable and adequate financing for county governments. 4, to evaluate the effectiveness of good governance practices in promoting equitable and sustainable development in the devolved units. And finally, examine strides made in the affirmative action agenda and propose responsive measures that can be adopted to guarantee the place of women, the youth, and the most vulnerable in governance. These constitute the thought-provoking concepts we discussed and interrogated during the plenary and breakaway sessions, culminating in practical steps that we need to take with clear timelines and mechanisms for evaluation and impact assessment. Your Excellency, as we reminisced on the long journey we have traveled to this point, I was reminded of the first cohort of senators, governors, and members of county assemblies and the difficult moments they went through as they pushed to synchronize devolution with our national development priorities. This group, of which I happen to have been part in my capacity as governor, is credited with having laid a firm foundation for devolution under very difficult circumstances. I recall assuming my responsibilities as the first governor of Kilifi County without any physical office. I had to make use of what was previously my campaign secretariat on the outskirts of Kilifi town. The same scenario was witnessed in a number of counties across the country. But today, our counties boast of good office space for governors and staff and state-of-the-art assembly premises, enabling them to serve Kenyans better. The pioneer senators, too, were not left out. They had to contend with the less than ideal Shimba Hall at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, KICC, in Nairobi, later moving to the County Hall, and finally to the current high-tech chamber at the main parliament buildings. Indeed, it has been a journey of 10 years. These humble beginnings did not dampen their spirits. In fact, it sharpened their resolve in discharging their constitutional mandate of representation, legislation, and oversight. This determination saw them secure critical footholds in favor of devolution. Back then, there was many insinuations that the Senate was a house for old men. We now know better. The Senate is, in fact, an august assembly of wise men and women, age notwithstanding. Today, we have a very vibrant, youthful Senate, oozing with wisdom and a great, tremendous appetite to protect devolution. To borrow the words of Chinua Achebe, these leaders have lived up to the true definition of the youth who have accepted to wash their hands and therefore won the right to dine on the king's table. Your Excellency, allow you to just mention but a few. Seated very next to you, we have the miracle Senator, Senator Karungo, youthful senator, Senator Methu, Senator Hezena, Senator Eddie Okech, Senator Chimera, just to mention but a few. These are young men and women who have fought and now occupy their rightful seats in the Senate. As we celebrate the gains and milestone in devolution, I invite you, distinguished delegates, to give these pioneer senators, governors, and members of County Assembly a hearty round of applause for having helped. Thank you for having helped chart a great cause of devolution in the face of adversity against numerous odds. Distinguished delegates and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to briefly revisit the critical matter of the financial autonomy of county assemblies. In my speech at the opening ceremony, I alluded to the fact that county governments comprising the executive and county assemblies play a critical role to the success of devolution. Through their legislative mandates, county assemblies in particular have ensured counties had the necessary laws and policies on which service provision, project implementation, and grassroots development have been anchored since devolution got underway. The call for financial autonomy for our county assemblies is therefore fully merited and timely for the key reason that it will enhance their independence and elevate their role as oversight institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, a landmark bill, County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill 2023, sponsored by the Deputy Speaker of the Senate and Meru Senator, the Honorable Kathuri Murungi, and which seeks to grant financial autonomy to county assemblies, is pending in our legislative pipeline. Among other radical measures, this proposed legislation seeks to cure the mischief that for years has left county assemblies ensnared by whims of county treasuries as they seek money to defray their administrative expenses. When this bill becomes law, county assemblies will not have to go through county executive committees to do their requisition as is presently the case. I want to assure you that the Senate, as the overseer of devolution as per Article 96 of the Constitution, will expedite this legislation, which once enacted will help county assemblies break free from this shackle that grossly undermines their mandate, especially the mandate relating to oversight of county governments. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude my remarks by commending the President, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, for the bold directive he gave when he officially opened this conference on Wednesday, that all the remaining functions that have been earmarked to be devolved under Schedule 4 of the Constitution be released to the counties within 60 days. This statement, alongside the prompt release of county disbursements that he ordered 2 months ago, do confirm that in President Ruto, devolution is indeed in safe hands. As the Senate, we remain steadfast in discharging our constitutional mandate and provide an ideal environment for rollout of these functions at the county government's level. Ladies and gentlemen, let's leave Uasin-Gishu more passionate, more energized, more focused, with a single purpose to take devolution to greater heights. As we leave this place, let's engage a higher gear so that we can accelerate the progress and gains of devolution. With those few remarks, I wish to thank you for taking time to attend this conference and wish each one of you safe travel back to your destinations. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Excellency, may I now call upon the Chairperson of the Council of Governors and the Governor of Kirinyaga, Her Excellency Anne Waiguru, to make her remarks.
Excellency, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, fellow Excellency Governors present, members of Parliament present, led by the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Senators present, Cabinet Secretaries present, Deputy Governors present, Principal Secretaries, other national government representatives, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Council of Governors, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to all who honored our invitation to the Devolution Conference 2023 and the first biannual conference where we have had the opportunity to reflect on a decade under devolved system of governance in Kenya. I would also like to take this opportunity to appreciate most sincerely our staff. I've been reminded that they were not mentioned in the list of thank you. The staff of COG for their dedicated effort to make this conference a reality. Kindly give them a hand clap. I hope you have all been enriched and enlightened by the deliberations that took place in the last 2 days. It has indeed been a great honor for the Council of Governors to host this conference on behalf of the county governments. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the reflections we have had in the last 3 days took a holistic assessment of the performance of county governments in the last 10 years, bearing in mind that counties are key drivers for development and realization of the promise of devolution. It is apparent that the face of Kenya has radically transformed positively because of devolution, and that citizens have been able to access public services closer to them. Major changes were highlighted in the sectors of health, agriculture, transport and infrastructure, housing and urban development, industry and investment, youth, early childhood development, amongst others. The reflections also revealed the challenges that have bedeviled devolution since its inception, and recommendations were made on measures to address them as we begin a new decade under devolution. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this conference today, let me give a few highlights of the 3 days. First, I am very delighted that on the issue I raised on the county assemblies' financial autonomy was not just confirmed by His Excellency, the President, but it took center stage in this conference and is part of the resolutions that we have highlighted at the end of the conference. We have also gotten a confirmation from the Senate that this indeed will become a reality sooner than later. We are 50% there. Secondly, the President reiterated his support for devolution with commitment to conclude the transfer of functions and resources to counties within 60 days. He also affirmed his government's commitment to devolution by ensuring the complete disbursement of all county resources at the end of the financial year 2022-2023. It is important to note that for the first time ever, resources were released to county governments on time in July during this financial year. It is our prayer that this good trend continues so that counties implement their budgets without delays and thus unlock their economic potential. Third, the conference demonstrated the reality that devolution has finally been accepted by all, as evidenced by the interest from the many individuals and organizations that participated or got involved in one way or another. The two levels of government and the other players have realized and resolved that they need to move away from competition and embrace complementarity through cooperation, collaboration, and coordination in the discharge of their mandates. This conference also demonstrated that it is a reality in Kenya today that nobody, whether in the public or private sector, can do anything outside the context of devolution. Accordingly, there is an increasing need for all players to understand the new governance framework in Kenya today. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in the past 10 years, a number of players at the national level of government have proceeded on the basis that their sectors are not devolved and therefore have nothing to do with devolution. However, listening to the discussions on digitalization, and particularly the comments by the CS of ICT and the Director General of Communication Authority, it is apparent that even the sectors initially thought not to be devolved and having nothing to do with devolution need to understand devolution because they are either impacted by devolution or their actions impact devolution. In short, Your Excellency, nothing in this country can move forward without the involvement of counties, a reality we are all have to happily face.
Chief, in your local application, you know, it's part of the denial syndrome. You know what was happening during the hardship regime. It's something that happened that nobody can comprehend. That cabinet ministers were being told to go and brief a private citizen on what is happening in government. Principal secretaries were being told to go and brief a private citizen on the workings of government. The CS National Treasury was being told to go and brief a private citizen about the budget. That is why that private citizen thinks he can recall the American ambassador to go back to the country. That situation is over. We have a government in place. Please just take up your rightful role and oversight the government, because that is your role. Again, I want to say that the hardship team, after destroying the economy of this country, gave President Ruto no chance because they knew it was almost impossible to turn around the country. In a record 1 year, President William Ruto, through pragmatic leadership, continuous engagement, agreeing to be advised, having a very competent economic council, has done the unthinkable. In 1 year, the economy has shown signs of recovery to the extent that for the first time in 7 years, all county governments were given their money before the closure of the financial year on June 30th. All members of parliament and the respective constituency development funds in the 290 constituencies were given all the allocation before the closure of the financial year on June 30th. So the people who had schemed to destroy the economy so that the next leader can fail are very envious. And that is why they are bitter, and that is why they are trying to portray our friends as bad people. What is happening, and I want to invite our brothers to understand, this William Ruto you despised, and you gave him no chance. Today, he is the desired visitor of every capital in the world. If he was to honor the invitations to the countries he is being asked to visit, he would be out of this country for 360 days in a year. And that is why people are envious. They thought that the West will not embrace him. They thought that the East will not embrace him. They characterized him as somebody unworthy of leadership. They said he is a thief. They said he is corrupt. They say the bottom-up economic agenda is a farce. In 1 year, he has become the leading light in the African continent. He is being sought by every country in Africa to speak for Africa. So I want to ask our brothers and sisters to just accept and move on. Life is that simple. It is that simple. Again, the president talked about corruption in the county governments and the national government. There is no corruption for the national government and the county governments. Corruption is corruption in its very form. And this government will deal with the corruption in the national government, in the county governments, and in the country. We know that some people are very uncomfortable because previously governors have been twisted to give money obtained fraudulently and corruptly to fund political activities. With this new war on corruption in the county governments, it is no longer going to be possible to coerce governors from your coalition to give you money for politics. That is a problem. That is a problem. So we understand where they are coming from. We feel you. We feel you. We know you are in a difficult situation. Finally, I want to say we are ready to work with the county government across the political landscape. We don't care in what political formation you are in. And we have told our people, we have told the administration, we have told the police to keep off politics because they are not good at it. It is foolish to use administrators and police in your politics. You will lose. That is how Uhuru and Raila lost by using chiefs and assistant chiefs and police in politics. We cannot repeat the same mistake. So chiefs, assistant chiefs, county commissioners, OCS, OSPD, they have no business in politics. Their work is to give services to the people of Kenya. Is to fight crime, is to fight illicit brew, is to register farmers, is to espouse government policy and keep off politics. Even governors elected on the opposition platform will enjoy the services of the administrators and the police and everybody else in an equitable and fair manner like the rest of the country. And therefore, let us work together. I am available for consultation with the COG in a structured manner. I'm available to individual governors. You don't need an appointment to come to my office as an elected governor. Anybody who has been elected by 100,000 people, it's not a joke. That is somebody who needs no appointment to go anywhere. Being 100,000 people who slept in a different home and they have not talked, and they all come to the ballot and decide you are the right person, you are somebody to be respected. So you don't need an appointment to come and talk to us. And those who have come to me, where you have challenges with our administrators, I have taken remedial action, and I will continue to do so. I'm told that when I answered the governor of Migori in Alliance, some governors were uncomfortable that I was disrespectful. I wanted to make a clarification. I was not talking about governors. I was talking about every Kenyan who has been denied security for bad behavior. And I was saying, when they are good behavior, we shall review, and we are reviewing. Okay? And it's not just governors, even presidential candidates, even running mates, even very senior people, former vice presidents, including ministers, everybody who needs to carry a firearm, your temperament must be right. That is the law. What we are saying is, we cannot allow our officers to be in maandamano because they'll have to fight their fellow officers, and it is wrong. We are saying, if these mandamanos require so many officers, we must look for those officers from somewhere. And we start with those who are planning so that they can come and help us to beef up security. But if these demonstrations are over and there are no issues, you can just get your officers back and continue with the life. That's what we are saying. And from what I can see, I think it looks like it's over. So once we are sure it is over, you have your officers back and you carry on with your job. That is all. I think we are very fair. We are very fair so that officers are dignified and governors are provided security so that they are able to carry out their work. We only had a problem when we had a shortage of officers and we needed more officers, and the people who are planning were having some of the officers. So we needed to get them to come and fight them and then go back. Because it's only fair, because that's the way things are done. So mimi nimeshukuru sana, and I really want to thank you. And this devolution must work because the bottom-up economic transformation agenda must work. So the two have a symbiotic relationship. For one to work, the other one must work. So the president and I and the rest of us will support devolution. And it is my commitment, all factors being constant, governors will receive their monthly disbursement on time. But we also want to ask you governors to be fair to us. When these disbursements were late, you are shouting everywhere about it. Why don't you even spare 2 minutes to say that now you are receiving money on time, so that you tell the people of Kenya? It's only fair. If you are complaining, you did not have to Kenyans. When you get, you have a duty also to inform them that you are getting. To heshimiane is important also, to be fair to each other. So, COG Chair, at least I'm happy you have acknowledged that we have given you disbursement on time, and that should continue. And I want to tell you, improves the governors, you are the first people to know, because wananchi will know, because they will feel the impact of an improved economy. And we have no desire to keep money away from you. We'll give you the money when we collect it. And we must collect it from somewhere, and we will collect it from the people of Kenya. So we want governors to support what we are doing to collect more money so that we pass it on to you. It doesn't make sense for any governor in the 47 counties to oppose the finance bill, because the finance bill is about raising money to give you and other Kenyans. So if you complain we are collecting money and you still expect money from us, then there is a problem. So mimi nimeshukuru sana kwa kunialika hapa, and we look forward to be meeting you from time to time as we continuously engage. Invite me to come now, we launch your projects. That is the docket in my office. And as I said, there are no Kenyans for county governments, and there are no Kenyans for the national government. They are the same people. The same people who elected you as governors and senators are the same people who elected President William Ruto and I. We serve the same people. Let us work together, let us collaborate, let us cooperate for the benefit of the people of Kenya. With those very many remarks, asanteni sana, Mungu wabariki na wabariki sana.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all kindly be seated. Your Excellency, sir, this is yet another momentous occasion, na nikiomba na kuchukua mwongozo kwa heshima kuu kwa Spika wa Seneti, nataka nivalie njuga awamu hii ya pili ambayo tutakuwa tunawatunuku wale ambao wamefuzu zaidi katika nyanja tofauti katika maonyesho ama exhibition ya various county devolution stands. In the meantime, I wish to request the ODP protocol team and the COG protocol team to proceed forward and present the gifts. Your Excellency, sir, I wish to request you to proceed to the podium as you award the best performing top 3 county governments. These awards will be chaperoned and guided by the Vice Chairperson of the COG, who is also the Chairperson, or rather, County Governor of Wajir County, Abdullahi Ahmed. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Devolution Conference 2023 exhibitions attracted a total of 226 institutions, comprising 42 counties, the national government ministries, departments and agencies, private sector, NGOs, development partners, and the media. The voting for the best exhibition booth has been guided by the following criteria: content and relevance. This parameter assesses the depth, clarity, and relevance of the information presented in the booth. Engagement and interactivity. This factor gauges the booth's ability to capture and retain the attention of attendees. Innovation and creativity, a criteria which looked at the originality of the booth, its presentation style, and content delivery. And lastly, design and aesthetics, which parameter evaluated the visual appeal and the layout of the booth. Based on the above criteria, Your Excellency, the delegates were requested to vote for the best exhibition booth, with a total of 2,139 delegates casting their votes, and the results are as follows. Second runners-up, Kiambu County with 167 votes. So, should the representative of Kiambu County please come up? The first runners-up, Kitui County with 554 votes. So, Your Excellency, the best exhibition booth is for Nakuru County with 774 votes. No, Kiambu first, and then Kitui. Your Excellency, Kiambu County will get a trophy. Kitui County will get a trophy and holiday for 2 nights for 2 at Utalii Hotel, Nairobi, courtesy of the Kenya Tourism Board. And Nakuru County will get a trophy and holiday for 2 nights for 2 at Ungulia Safari Lodge, courtesy of Kenya Tourism Board. Next, Your Excellency, Next, Your Excellency, the chairperson of the Council of Governors will present a gift to our chief guest, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
There we have it, COG presenting a gift to the chief guest, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And of course, the chairperson of COG and also the Governor Kirinyaga County, also with a banquet right there, whose contents probably we would find out later. There we have it, Nandi, Governor, His Excellency Stephen Sang, equally presenting documentation which is summative of what has been the 8th Devolution Conference. Remember, it's been a stock-taking moment right here for COG and across all 47 counties. Your Excellency, sir, we still request you to bear with us as we invite the PS, Devolution, State Department of Devolution from the Office of the Deputy President, as we proceed now to the photo session. Welcome, Madam PS. Let's also prepare right after. We'll also have the Council of Governors. Therefore, all Excellency Governors kindly do prepare. Thereafter, we'll also have Senate. And after that, we will have all our partners, all our organizers, international and national. Remember, during the presentation of the communique by the Vice Chairperson of the Council of Governors, the Wajir Governor, he did mention the signing of this communique, which is resolution and way forward, a ceremony that has since been completed. We have present from the State Department of Devolution, also domiciled in the Office of the Deputy President, Madam Teresia Mbaika, the PS Devolution, present to witness the signing of the communique. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, let's give a round of applause. Let's now have the governors join. Governors, please. Governors will be flanking His Excellency, the Deputy President, on the steps of the podium as we capture this historic moment on the milestones and steps of successful devolution. Senators, kindly do prepare to join immediately after the COG has taken their photo. Subsequently, we will have our partners, and finally, we will have COG staff. Thank you, COG. Senate, please. Tunawaomba senata wetu ambao wanatunga sheria katika seneti yetu kujiunga naye mgeni wetu rasmi siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, tunapochukua picha hizi za kumbukumbu, ikiwa ni kikao hiki cha 8 kinachoangazia serikali ya ugatuzi. Seneta wetu wanapochukua picha hiyo ya kumbukumbu, ningependa kuwaomba all our partners, all our organizers, national and international partners, kindly prepare and proceed to the podium. Thank you, our senators. Thank you, members of the press. Your Excellency, sir, now joining you are our partners, the stakeholders, washirika wenza ambao wamesaidia na kuhakikisha hafla hii imefana. Kindly all development partners, let's make way. Flanking His Excellency, the Deputy President. As we come to the close of what has been a successful week-long 8th Devolution Conference. Members of the COG staff, please. Kindly prepare. Thank you, members of ODP. Members of COG staff, as ODP staff also prepare to join His Excellency for this photo. As COG staff finalizes on this photo, we'll have the ODP team joining His Excellency. Kindly let's take our positions and flank His Excellency on the flight of stairs to have a picture-perfect moment. Kindly, let's spread out. Thank you. Thank you, members of COG. Finally, ODP staff, please, let's make haste. Your Excellency, sir. Finally, the ODP team. Thank you, ODP staff, Your Excellency, sir. We have now come to the close of our event. Your Excellency, we may proceed for our lunch break. His Excellency, the Deputy President, will be joined by other delegates as we proceed for our lunch break now. Thank you and good afternoon.
I'm privileged to attend the Devolution conference. I've been attending them since 2013 and I can see a lot of improvement on this one. The organization is superb and we are happy. I'm particularly impressed by the address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, on what he said, the support to devolution, the disbursement of funds to devolved units, and particularly to unleash the remaining devolved functions to the counties.
Devolution inafanya kazi kwa sababu kila kitu imekuja.
We should spend the entire allocation on development positively, contribute towards the country's growth and service delivery.
The discourse in this conference will revolve around Kenya's devolution journey since 2013, the ups and downs, the slips and the skips, the challenges and the triumphs.
I want to take this early opportunity to commend the Council of Governors. You have been able to find
every one of you to health breakaway session.
Further, it is important to note that although health sector functions are assigned to both levels of government, much more success is realized when the two levels of government collaborate. According to the 2022 KDHS, 9 in every 10 mothers who give birth do so under care of trained healthcare workers, up from 66% in the year 2014. Over the same period, the under 5 mortality rate improved from 52 deaths per 1,000 births to 41 deaths per 1,000 births, while the infant mortality rate improved from 39 232 per 1,000 births. Digitalization of health services can help us reap more results as we move forward.
As we deliberate, let us keep in mind the symbiotic relationship between the current and the future. Our commitment to youth empowerment today isn't just about them, it's about the sustainable legacy we graft for generations to come.
If you have no register, if you do not know your assets, whether it is water, whether it is land, whatever it is, the fear that it will be used badly or misused or privatized will not end with the lack of register.
It's not only Kenya or Africa that is threatened. The world is threatened, and our action today is what will really be able to address the problem of food in the future. And for that matter, there is need for us to work very closely and come up with a proper food system that is sustainable, that will be able to feed the ever-growing population.